Fucking head hurts, man. Boom. Hello. We are so Barack Hussein Obama. Obama. Alright. My head just kind of hurts a little bit. Shucks. Factorio. Oh, good job. OBS, you picked up on it instantly. Sometimes you just don't do that. Oh, God. Fucking head, man. Head's kind of killing me, dude. Don't know why it's killing me right now. I'm drinking a good amount of water today. Not sure. just wait for Cuba. Their days are numbered. Let's go, dude. Nothing but fucking imperialism. Let's go, dude. All right. Oh, man. Where to begin? Where do we begin? Dark matter, the crude slush. The nights are extra long on this fucking planet. There's that mechanics. Oh, I need to filter out the stone. Also gonna need a place to melt ice. One of the first things we're gonna have to start to make immediately, though, is heat pipe. Gonna have to make a bunch of heat pipe. Oh man. these. I'm always gonna have to import more heat pipe. So I'm gonna need a lot of heat pipe. Until we can start producing our own heat pipe. Okay, that's all of you with the appropriate heating. Hmm. Oh man, I am tired. I don't even know why I'm so tired. I know why my head hurts. It does. It sucks. I hate it. I keep thinking the headache's like starting to go away, but ugh, it is not. Oh, yeah. Head hurt. Why must head hurt? Stone. Hmm. I think my headache's starting to go away a little bit. recycling machines. Ugh, my head's killing me for some reason. I have no idea why. Ugh, man. Chocolate covered eggplant burger. That's fun. Might not be on for too long. If this continues to persist in the way that it is, because right now it's persisting and I don't feel great. I might just do the yap about more Venezuela news. And not watch those because my head is killing me right now. Not that I really know why my head's killing me. It just is. Ay, ay, ay. Sure. Okay. lovely. Ugh, I hate how much my head's killing me right now. Alright, so those things done. Alright, send down a couple solar panels. We need to kickstart power. Okay, good start. Just want to get power running on this planet. Okay. Ugh. Head hurt. I hate when my head hurts. Chocolate covered eggplant burgers. That terrifies me. Alright, so now with this rocket fuel should be able to power on the base. Although honestly, it being nighttime right now is not a great thing for me. Alright. Okay, these are getting relatively close to being able to turn on. Just have to get to 30 degrees. There we go. What's up, Alex? Ugh. Ugh, it's killing me. Huh? What about Poilievre's wife? What Poilievre do this time? Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, he was in favor of the coup. Mm-hmm. Same with liberals as well. They're also in favor of the coup because, of course. Interior ministers and shit like that. Certain MEPs. Carney's probably going to be in favor of it as well. I mean, it's expected, you know? Really? He's accusing us of, again, letting in drugs? Of course. I know you recently brought up 51st State shit again, but he's doing that again? That's true, Alex. We need to arrest Governor Mark Carney. We're gonna arrest him, folks. We're gonna get Mark Carney. It's good to be great, folks. Yeah, the 0.2% that comes through Canada. Well, we have all of our clean coal, our clean, beautiful coal. hopefully all that massaging of my head will make the headache not be as aggressive. I hope. Alright, there we go. Now some of the turbines are on. Lovely. Okay. Brain not hurting as badly as much anymore. Yeah, I don't know where the painkillers are to make it fuck off. Oh, and there's riots now in Iran. Very cool. Ugh. Okay, I think the fucking migraine started to fuck off a little bit. Maybe it was because I was just thirsty. Needed some water. Could have been the problem. Okay. Chris Murphy openly admits how pathetic Congress has been about standing up to presidents from both parties on war. Congress has frankly become impotent on issues and matters of war. That's absolutely true. So funny. Yeah, we suck balls. We admit to this. Yep, we suck at this. We really do. Okay. I'm gonna go and see. Just stop there for the Factorio for now. Because my head's really, really fucking killing me. You have a good one, Matt. Ugh. Head hurt. I hate it. I'm gonna go and see if I can find any medicine whatsoever. Yeah, it's just this right now. My head's just fucking killing me. If I can find some painkiller, I should be fine. I'll see if I can find some. Grab some water as well. Oh man. Okay. We're back. Head's still hurting a little bit, but I managed to find some Tylenol. So I think I'll start to calm down eventually, I hope. Ugh, never mind. Headache is not fucking off. Still killing me. Ugh, headache. I hate headache. Headache is starting to go away a little bit now. A headache. Headache. I took some Tylenol. And it seems like it's starting to go away. True. Okay, brain. Shut up, Women's Penny. Dumbass just doing some stupid ass LARP shit.
new oil rigs. They
Shut up. Vouch. Vanch. Alright, Venezuela. Let's get this Marco Rubio interview on CBS. He had a random press conference on Air Force One. "37 minutes. So Beijing. Words are being said. Very, very cool. Nick Shirley about to be sued by the state of Minnesota. Love to see it. Oh, that's a lot of clips. Oh, that's a lot more clips than I thought there would be. Football. Oh boy, football. I love the American football. Football.
I'm his president. You gave him a different way.
Gonna listen to the full thing. Fuck it. The fuck is this shit? Well, that's fine. Just go with these two things. Should be more than enough. Oh, I should keep yawning. And my headache has not really gone away. The Fire Nation brought nothing but peace to the world. Oh no. Not Zuko. A Romanian meme? Oh no, no. There's about $17 billion of oil reserves in Venezuela. You mean trillion? Did you say billion or trillion? I said billion. It's much more than that. Well, apparently it's gonna be what? If they have a couple billion barrels of oil at about $43 a barrel, if the numbers are true, then it's going to be a lot of money. But that's if the estimates are all true. Oh, everyone's basically also complaining about Hassan having the take, saying that that Kamala Harris would be rather similar to Trump in terms of military militarism. I mean, her doing like military saber rattling stuff, that's the last line during her DNC address when she became the nominee was not particularly great. Would she have been the exact same as Donald Trump? The problem is that we don't really know in particular because she never really talked about it. She would probably not as ruthlessly. Yeah, she probably would have tried to go through Congress, potentially. I don't know if she would have done a regime change in Venezuela. That I don't know. No, they're saying that Cuba's next. They want to go after Cuba. They want to go after Cuba, they want to go after Colombia, they want to go after Mexico. We need COD Ghosts to happen. Yeah, we need... actually, no, we just need Ghost. From Task 141, actually. Give Brazil the space lasers? I can agree with that. Yes, that's what I also heard is the story of the game as well. South America basically united, sent the space station up and fired the rods at the US. Call of Duty is such a silly game. Well, you wouldn't want to be mind controlled by the South Americans. It's time to get mind controlled by South Americans, actually. We're all ghosts. Oh, also Kamala Harris is we already know what Kamala Harris's position on this. Her statement on this was basically like, same as all the other establishment Democrats. We're glad that Maduro was deposed, but we're upset about the fact that the proper process wasn't followed. That pretty much should just tell you everything you need to know. She would have been fine with the regime change and going through the regime change, but following proper protocol instead. That's it. Was the exact same. It's not gonna go anywhere. It's so, like, spurious and ridiculous. So much so that, basically so much so that it's just not gonna go anywhere. Because the lawyers can just argue and delay in court for like forever. Well, they said they might also ship him to Florida. Because they're fucking idiots, man. That's why. They're stupid. Maybe Trump was in New York and that's the reason? Maybe. Oh, and 80 people died in Venezuela as a result of the attacks. Very funny. Like, imagine him wanting to Tom Maduro and got him in a lip state. That's true. No, the Tankies are mad again about the fact that Zoran Mamdani does not really like Nicolas Maduro. It's like, yeah, he's bad. But whatever. Stupid. But, tankies are 3 IQ. The right's also been posting, so much misinformation about all the Venezuelans celebrating. They've been posting Venezuelans living in Chile, living in Miami, and saying, oh, look at all these Venezuelans approving of this. It's okay, bro. Nice meme. Very funny. Isn't the current Venezuelan president doing a press conference? Yes, apparently, but I think I have enough stuff. I think I have what I want. Oh, and there's a civil war happening now in Yemen again. Yep, the proxy forces... Actually, no, it's between both the UAE proxy forces in the northern parts of the country and in the southern parts of Saudi Arabia, proxies there as well. They're fighting each other. And apparently the protests in Iran are starting to get bigger. They're still not as big as the ones they had a couple years ago, but they're starting to get bigger. Ugh, my head is fucking killing me. Don't know why my head's fucking killing me so bad. Let's get started with this stuff. So, I mean, we already know what all happened during this invasion of Venezuela done by the Trump administration. They went in, they grabbed Nicolas Maduro, and then they left. And currently you have all the apparatchiks and morons essentially trying to, like, bend over backwards to come up with anything possible in order to just justify the actions of the United States of America. Because there's basically, like, no basis whatsoever to justify what they did. They went in, just grabbed Nicolas Maduro, and then they just fucking left. Illegally, mind you. No congressional approval, which the only thing that's the Democrats are complaining about, instead of, like, coming up with a more effective pushback, like, say, potentially impeaching Trump for this, but whatever. Because in reality, the Democrats actually support this shit, but I digress. You're not going to see any effective pushback from the Democrats specifically. Should be expected. And of course, we have the current apparatchiks of the state either threatening more regions to attack, because of course Trump, like a mad king with a dying empire, you might as well just do forceful coercion of your neighbors. For what purpose exactly? Dying empire shit. Might as well just start attacking people, try to secure some form of a legacy, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Pax Americana bullshit. Despite the fact that, all the, like, stupid fascists within the, Trump administration coalition, they talk about wanting to, like, conquer all these territories with all these fucking brown people that they want to deport from the country, but they want to take over their territory as well. It's nonsensical. But Marco Rubio, what do you got for me, buddy?
Joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start with this big picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations, not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats.
Yeah, that's not how that fucking works. I highly doubt they even went for the courts for any of these fucking sanctions. This is bullshit. Dude, you invaded, boots on the fucking ground, and kidnapped the fucking sovereign leader. Like, okay, bro. Like, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, sure. Is Nicolas Maduro the legitimate leader of Venezuela? There's an investigation still ongoing with there. So, technically speaking, no, he's not the legitimate leader of Venezuela. He more than likely cheated in his elections, more than likely. But that doesn't mean you just go in there based off of, like, trumped up charges that you made up with the DOJ and just fucking grab him from the country. That's incredibly ridiculous.
And that will continue. And we would continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Sols. Of course, the leader of that cartel is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District.
Again, no evidence to suggest that those drug boats, alleged drug boats, even have drugs on them. Like, the administration has provided no evidence for this.
District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes. But the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay? We are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere.
So the current interim president right now is Maduro's vice president. Trump just kind of randomly said that he's going to put in Maria Corina Machado in a place of power. How is he going to do that exactly? That ultimately, it's another question. Is he going to, like, kidnap the vice president now or something? I have no fucking idea. Currently, she's still living in exile somewhere, I think within Venezuela, or she left the country. Probably the United States. And it's one of those situations, it's like, well, hold on. How exactly are you going to put her into the seat of power, even though Trump himself also mentioned how she's unlikable and that she's going to have a really tough job ahead of her because nobody really likes her all that much? How is this going to be maintained? Like, when I say that this shit is, like, completely fucking cooked, and I mean, it's totally fucking cooked. This shit's not going to go anywhere.
it's just going to fall apart after like 6 months. With like in Bolivia with Janine Áñez, that shit lasted like no longer than a fucking year, and it ended up fucking collapsing in on itself. It's such a shit show, dude.
You're a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to
Zero
use
evidence for this
to ensure that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct the law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats, and we think this is tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people, and by the way, we believe to the people of Venezuela as well.
But Mr. Secretary, I think there's a lot of questions about who the point people are during this transition. President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you,
This
the
is
Secretary
true.
of Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regard to this, we want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful.
And are you involved in that transition,
So obviously I'm
Secretary?
very involved in this.
Yo, we love the fact that there's been no mention of what the Venezuelans want exactly. Besides, I don't know, like Trump supporters pointing to a bunch of Venezuelans that are currently not living in Venezuela. Yeah, sure, dude. I'm sure that Venezuelans within Venezuela really want to have like American business interests and like the oil companies and Trump running their fucking goddamn country. I'm sure that they really, really wanted that to happen when Nicolas Maduro just got randomly fucking kidnapped.
Well, of course, I mean, I think everyone knows I'm pretty involved on politics in this hemisphere. Obviously, the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor are very involved in all these elements. The Department of War plays a very important role here, along with the Department of Justice, for example, because they've got they're the ones that go to court
So
to
far
supervise
nothing
the
has
entire national
changed.
security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also, we believe, beneficial for the people of Venezuela, who have suffered tremendously. We want a better future for Venezuela, and we think a better future for the people of Venezuela also is stabilizing for the region and makes the neighborhood we live in a much better and safer place.
By the way, this is all the exact same fucking propaganda during Iraq. The Iraqi people within Iraq, in Baghdad, also were celebrating the deposition of Saddam Hussein, right? I've said this before, but history is a funny thing. It doesn't always repeat itself, but it likes to rhyme. Were there a bunch of Venezuelans probably celebrating within the streets of Caracas? Probably, right? Wouldn't surprise. A lot of people don't really like Nicolas Maduro, right? However, within about a year or two, they're more than likely going to change their tune rather fucking quickly when the puppet government that the United States decides to implements austerity measures, thus worsening their material conditions even further. Because again, quick reminder, the only reason why Venezuela was in such economically dire straits was because of the sanctions the United States placed on them, making everything significantly more expensive and worse in there. I've heard, not sure that there isn't much celebration because the Chavistas are still in charge. Nothing changed on the ground. Oh, so nothing's fucking happening, and they're just going to probably try to... There's definitely going to be another attack then at this point, then Alex, if nothing's really changed on the fucking ground. Because we all know the vice president's currently in charge right now, right? She's currently in charge. I think she's like doing a press conference right now, saying like, yeah, we're going to fight and resist against the United States' attempted occupation here. Because Trump has made it clear himself that he wants to do occupation of the fucking country. It's literally just... It's literally just the entire same fucking bullshit. Vice President seems to be cooperating. Yeah, sure. Cooperating. Whatever that means. Like, we all know they're just going to... go in, try to occupy the country, and force a bunch of oil companies in order to start extracting. Trump himself made it clear with a lot of the fucking press conferences. We're going to get to this gaggle here he has on Air Force One, but he's like, again, reiterating the same position that, oh, this is great, perfect military operation, and also, like, it's so good, it's so great, we're going to have all the American oil companies go in and start basically extracting resources from Venezuela. Because that's what this was all about to begin with. It was just about resource extraction.
President Trump said the administration is working with Maduro's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. Why does the administration oppose working with the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado? She's a Nobel Peace Prize winner, of course, as well. Her coalition has the support of 70% of Venezuelans. Why not work with her?
Well, a couple things. First of all, Maria Corina Machado is fantastic, and she's someone I've known for a very long time, and the whole movement is. But we are dealing with the immediate reality. The immediate reality is that, unfortunately, and sadly, but unfortunately, the vast majority of the opposition is no longer present inside of Venezuela. We have short-term things that have to be addressed right away. We all wish to see a bright future for Venezuela, a transition to democracy. All these things are great, and we all want to see that. I've worked on that for 15 years on a personal level, both in the Senate and now as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. These are things I still care about, we still care about. But we're talking about what happens over the next 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months, and how that ties to the national interest of the United States. And so we expect to see more compliance and cooperation than we were previously receiving. With Nicolas Maduro, you could not make a deal or an arrangement. Although he, by the way, was given very generous offers. He could have left Venezuela as recently as, a week and a half.
There's so much fucking contradiction that's essentially being said here by fucking Marco Rubio. Really, Nicolas Maduro was given generous deals, but then he didn't accept any of them. Like, okay, bro, nice meme. The opposition is supposed won about 70% of the vote within Venezuela, but Nicolas Maduro maintained power, but you're not willing to work with the leader of the opposition party, who is, by the way, not Maria Corina Machado, but was someone else. I don't know if that dude got deposed or something, but most of them aren't even in the country to begin with, because they were planning to orchestrate a coup or something, but whatever. So they got kicked out of the country as a result. After Nicolas Maduro cheated on his elections in order to stay in power. Again, it's a complete fucking shit show. It's nothing but a bunch of fucking contradictions. Why work with the vice president of the party that's going to be inherently hostile to you, but then you didn't want to negotiate with Nicolas Maduro, even though he said he wants to negotiate, but you offer a bunch of good deals, but then you just decide not to follow through with it. Like what exactly is going on here? It's nonsensical. He's just saying a bunch of words right now.
There are opportunities available for him to avoid all of this because now he's not someone we can work with. He suckered the Biden administration into stupid deals. He's made a career out of not keeping deals and figuring out how to save himself by buying time. And we were not.
I don't know how many times this has to be fucking said, but your coup attempt by your fucking president was what ended up having having to have a bunch of fucking hostage deals made. It's so stupid, dude.
Was not going to fall into that trap. So now there are other people in charge of the military and police apparatus there. They're going to have to decide now.
I believe that as well,
a different direction than the one Nicolas Maduro picked. Ultimately, we hope this leads to a holistic transition all the way around in Venezuela, societal, political, all of that. We're in favor of all of that. But right now, we have to take the first steps. And the first steps are securing what's in the national interest of the United States and also beneficial to the people of Venezuela. And those are the things that we're focused on right now. No more drug trafficking. No more Iran Hezbollah presence there, and no more using the oil industry to enrich all our adversaries at the moment.
Yeah, bro. Hezbollah's totally in fucking Venezuela, man. Well, are you gonna say that Hamas dug some fucking tunnels? It's stupid. Again, this is one for one the same shit they said with Iraq. I've mentioned this before, but there's a really, really good not John Oliver, but John Stewart segment basically talking about all of the fucking propaganda that not only this motherfucker employs, but all of these like conservative dumbasses in the Republican Party employed, pretty much doing eerily similar comparisons to that of, propaganda used to justify the invasion of Iraq, as well as what they just did within Venezuela. It's the same fucking shit. It's Iraq 3 Electric Boogaloo.
Venezuela are frankly benefiting the United States and the region.
You talk about a holistic
That's
change.
true,
I think there's
Alex.
a lot of focus on potential elections. How soon will elections be held? Within 30 days, Mr. Secretary?
Elections? Well, look, this is a country that's been governed by this regime now for 14 or 15 years. The elections should have happened a long time ago. The elections did happen. They lost them, and they didn't count the votes, or they refused to count the votes, and everyone knows it. So all of that, I think, is premature at this point. There's a lot of work to be done here. Right now, we are focused in. Let's be realistic here. What we are focused on right now.
He's not going to answer that question because they want to do the occupation of the country to get the oil.
All of the problems we had when Maduro was there, we still have those problems in terms of them needing to be addressed. We are going to give people an opportunity to address those challenges and those problems. Until they address it, they will continue to face this oil quarantine. They will continue to face pressure from the United States. We will continue to target drug boats if they try to run towards the United States. We will continue to seize the boats that are sanctioned with court orders. We will continue to do that and potentially other things until the things we need to see addressed are addressed. Because ultimately, above everything else, we care about elections, we care about democracy, we care about all of that. But the number one thing we care about is the safety, security, well-being, and prosperity of the United States. And that's what we're going to focus on first and foremost here. And that's what these policies, these changes we need to see made are about.
Okay, significant there. You say you will.
Man, we're going to focus on the prosperity of the United States of America by going into another country, stealing their resource from them. There was a really good Sky News segment talking about how this is all about Venezuelan crude oil, because again, Venezuelan crude oil is heavy crude. There's multiple kinds of crude oil. Heavy, medium, and light. The U.S. produces a lot of light crude oil, but they don't necessarily have as many facilities to be able to process that. Most of the facilities they do have are for the processing of heavy crude oil. And as a result, most of the oil that the United States imports into the country tends to be that of heavy fucking crude oil. Venezuela is said to have the largest reserves of oil on the fucking planet, with the vast majority of it being heavy crude. That's why they're doing the invasion.
Continue to seize boats when necessary. I want to ask you about boots on the ground. A lot of attention on that. The president was asked about the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground. He said, quote, "We're not afraid of it." How many U.S. forces are on the ground?
Yes,
right now in
more
Venezuela?
than the U.S.
Are there any?
We don't have U.S. forces on the ground in Venezuela. No, we don't have U.S. forces on the ground. Everyone knows. They were on the ground for about 2 hours when they went to capture Maduro. And I think what the president is saying is very simple, and that is, as president of the United States, he is not going to go around telling people what he's not going to do. He's not going to go around saying, "I won't do this, I won't do that. Yes, I care about this issue, but I'll only go so far." He retains all this optionality. In the particular case you're citing, this was, in essence, at its core, a law enforcement function. Okay, the Department of Justice, dating back in the Biden administration, had a $25 million reward for his capture.
I don't know how many times this has to be said. There's just no basis for the fucking charges on there. And I assume also same with the fucking Biden administration. No basis for any of the charges on fucking Venice, on Nicolas Maduro. Though maybe it was more so for election fraud or something. It's like, okay, well then with Joe Biden, there's probably a little bit something more to that there. But again, what the Trump administration with its $50 million bounty, and also what also is basically being said, not being said, but basically being charged with like drug trafficking and gun charges or something from like some law in 1934. It's nonsensical. It's not fucking going anywhere. Our oil, Alex, is also heavy crude. The vast majority of it is heavy crude from the tar sands.
So we have a reward for his capture, but we're not going to enforce it. That's the difference between President Trump and everybody else. It's easy to make a wanted poster and say $50 million for the capture of Maduro, but no one takes that seriously because you're not going to do anything about it. President Trump did something about it.
Let me ask
He
you.
did something about it. We went in, we grabbed him, he was arrested, and he's now in New York. No Americans were killed, no equipment was lost. It had to be done, and it's been done. And I assure you, the people left behind in Venezuela now that are in charge of the police and everything else, I assure you, they're going to probably be a lot more compliant than Maduro was as a result of this.
Well, President Trump told the New York Post there won't be troops in Venezuela as long as Delcy Rodriguez, quote, "does what we want." She's already, though, demanding the release of Nicolas Maduro. As you know, she's insisting that her country never become a colony. What exactly does Rodriguez need to do to keep U.S. troops out of Venezuela?
Well, forget about the U.S. troops portion of it. What needs to happen for any of this to change, for our relations with Venezuela to change, and our whole approach to it to change, the things we have talked about are the ones I've highlighted already. You can't flood this country with gang members. You can't flood this country with drugs that are coming out of Colombia through Venezuela with the cooperation of elements of your security forces. You can't turn Venezuela into the operating hub for Iran, for Russia, for Hezbollah, for China, for the Cuban intelligence agents that control that country. That cannot continue. Those things cannot continue in place.
Again, just complete schizo nonsense. Literally no fucking evidence to say that this is the case.
Cannot continue to have the largest oil reserves in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, not benefiting the people of Venezuela, and stolen by a handful of oligarchs around the world, including inside of Venezuela, but not benefiting the people of that country. We've seen how our adversaries all over the world.
I can't believe that Venezuela is using its oil wealth to pay off its debts to fucking China, and it's not using that to be indebted to our oligarchs instead. What the fuck, man?
Are exploiting and extracting resources from Africa, from every other country. They're not going to do it in the Western Hemisphere. They're not. That is not going to happen under President Trump. Read our national security strategy. He is serious about it, and he's going to do something about it, and we're doing something about it.
Let me ask you about
Sure,
oil. The president says the
totally,
U.S. is
bro.
taking over the oil. The question is, I guess, if the purpose of the operation was to capture Maduro and bring him to justice, why does the United States need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry?
Well, we don't need to. First, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled.
So then why the fuck are you doing this invasion? Oh yeah, we're not gonna allow for any of the fucking control. We don't want this to be controlled by Hezbollah or some shit, or by China or some shit. No, you just want the fucking Venezuelan heavy crude because specifically American refineries are meant to refine heavy crude. That's why you fucking are doing this invasion. Again, just constant fucking doublespeak. Completely fucking nonsensical.
By adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live, and we're not going to.
Russia also has the capabilities of being able to process heavy crude. That's why. Because guess what? Most fucking Russian oil is heavy fucking crude.
Allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Have specific
We
oil companies?
also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country.
No, it's because of your fucking sanctions. The U.S. has been sanctioning that country for the past 10 years. That's why they fucking left. Because you guys sanctioned the country and the economy became bad. And so a bunch of people left. No shit.
Country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of the people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna do a regime change in order to further destabilize the position, in order to make a fucking goddamn, even bigger migrant wave than there was before. Again, make it make sense. It's nonsensical. He's just constantly contradicting himself.
to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it, not under President Trump.
Let's talk big picture here. U.S. regime change, historically speaking, has not gone very well for the United States. In Iraq, in Libya, to name a few examples. Can you assure Americans, the people of the United States, that this time will be different?
Well, here's what's happened. We've got this phobia built up and this sort of thing it's like, number one, most of the experts that people have on I watch these experts and it's clown hour. Okay, these are people that focus their entire career on the Middle East or some other part of the world because that's where all the action was. Very few of them know anything about Venezuela or the Western Hemisphere. Venezuela looks nothing like Libya. It looks nothing like Iraq. It looks nothing like Afghanistan. It looks nothing like the Middle East other than the Iranian agents that are running through there plotting against America. Okay, these are Western countries with long traditions among their people to people and cultural level and ties to the United States. So there's nothing like that. So I think people need to stop ascribing apples and oranges here. The apples of the Middle East are the oranges of the Western Hemisphere.
But do you...
Number two, this is about the national.
Nothing. This is a nothing. It's a nothing burger. Like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? Like, literally, it's the exact same fucking justifications as Iraq. Like, what else is there to say?
National interest of the United States. And what I'm confident of is we are in a safer and better place because we're taking it seriously. The alternative,
Oh, I'm sure.
There is an indicted the drug trafficker, illegitimate president running the country, open invitation for all of our adversaries to do whatever they want against the United States from Venezuela. That was not going to continue. The alternative would have been to allow a drug trafficker to continue to use national territory and elements of
Yeah, bro. Venezuela's gonna be an existential threat somehow to the United States of America because of, like, Chinese envoys that are, I don't know, reiterating strategic ties with Caracas. Okay, bro.
state power to further drug trafficking organizations. Read the indictment. This guy used the levers of their security apparatus not to arrest drug traffickers, but to cooperate and facilitate the trafficking of drugs for the purpose of getting them into the United States. That's going to stop.
And yet, Mr. Secretary, a month ago, President Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was just starting a 45-year sentence for trafficking more than 500 tons of cocaine. Does that not undercut the administration's stated goal, as you just said, to go after these narco-terrorists?
It's a good
Number one,
question.
the former president of Honduras. So this is not someone who was in power, had any influence with the politics of Honduras any longer. Number two, I don't do the pardon file. I'm not against it or for it. I just didn't review the file, so I can't speak to you about the dynamics that led the president to make the decision.
Ah, of course. You have nothing to say about the blatant fucking hypocrisy. Okay, cool. That question has been consistently coming up. Even Democrats keep constantly saying, like, why would you pardon Orlando Hernandez then, Trump? Why would you pardon him? No, he just did it because he wanted to curry favor with the Hondurans. That's, like, literally it, right? Because there's, again, I don't know how many times this has to be said. This isn't about fucking drugs. It's not about none of this. It's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. No, again, this is all about the fucking oil.
That he made. I think he talked about it yesterday at the press conference. He reviewed the file. He went through the arguments in it, and he felt that the former president of Honduras was treated very unfairly by the previous administration and made the decision that he made.
I'm sure.
But I think the answer, whether you agree with that decision or not, people can disagree. I mean, there's people out there who make a living out of disagreeing with anything President Trump does. That doesn't mean you leave Maduro in place. That doesn't mean
That'd
you
be funny,
Maduro.
Alex.
I see people saying that. It's like, well, you know, how can you go after Maduro if you didn't do this? That's absurd. The answer to that, whether you have a problem with it or not, is not to leave in place someone who's been indicted, who hasn't even faced American justice yet, but now will.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was referencing, obviously, the former president. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair that an attack on Venezuela's mainland would require approval from Congress. Why didn't that happen, and will it happen with any future action the administration plans to take in Venezuela or elsewhere?
This was not an action that required congressional approval. In fact, it couldn't require congressional approval because this was not an invasion. This is not an extended military operation. This was a very precise operation that involved a couple of hours of action. It was a very delicate operation too. It was one that required all.
That's like been basically every fucking military operation within within the United States of America, where they do like random deployments of troops all the fucking goddamn time. Like, okay, bro, nice meme. Again, stupid. Yeah, what was a good question? Point meets Minnie. Yeah, Panama in 1990. What was that? What? That was a precise operation that didn't get fucking congressional approval. You got anything for that then, Marco Rubio? Oh, was that did that need fucking congressional approval? Again, it's nonsensical. Again, the whole point of this is just for one reason and one reason only. They just want to make Venezuela the fucking another new colony for the United States of America, send in American oil companies, and then just extract the oil. Again, it's Iraq all over again.
All these conditions to be in place at the right time in the right place. You couldn't afford leaks. We couldn't afford anything out there that would have endangered the mission and gotten people killed or killed off the mission and the optionality. We didn't even know the mission was going to happen. How can you notify something you're not even sure if it can happen? Because in order for it to happen, you needed to have weather conditions in place. He needed to be at the right place at the right time. We needed to have forces prepared to go. There were a lot of factors in place. It was a trigger-based operation. You can't notify that, number one, because you don't even know what's going to happen if those conditions will ever align. And number two, you can't risk it being disclosed. But this was not an attack on Venezuela. This was a law enforcement function to capture an indicted drug trafficker. And of course, we needed the Department of War to support it because they do have anti-aircraft missiles that could shoot down those helicopters. We had to take down radars. We had to take down those anti-air elements on the way in and on the way out. And that's what this was limited to.
But will you seek congressional approval?
Stupid. Again, there's just it's nonsensical. This is a law enforcement action. No, like your indictment is just nonsensical. It's fucking ridiculous and stupid. Like the basis of the indictment is genuinely fucking insane, and it's almost as if like a kid decided to scribble on some fucking paper and say like, "This is my indictment on Nicolas Maduro." It's like, do you have like any evidence for this stuff at all? It's like, no, we have zero, none whatsoever. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
For any further action in Venezuela or the region.
Well, we will seek congressional approval for actions that require congressional approval. But otherwise, they will get congressional notification. And this is not an operation that requires congressional approval. In fact, this is an operation akin to what virtually every single president for the last 40 years has conducted. The difference is that when it's Donald Trump, all these Democrats go bonkers.
Is the Cuban government the Trump administration's next target?
Well, no, it's because it's fucking illegal, man. Like, that's why.
Mr. Secretary, very quickly.
Well, the Cuban government is a huge problem. Yeah, the Cuban government is a huge problem.
So is that a yes?
Cuba, but I don't think people fully appreciate. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard. But I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime, who, by the way, are the ones that were propping up Maduro. His entire internal security force is.
Again, this is like a consistent talking point here by, of course, Marco fucking goddamn Rubio. Little Marco. He really wants to go after specifically Cuba. Here's also Lindsey Graham doing the exact same fucking dumb fuck idiot propaganda, threatening the Cubans as well.
Could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorists.
Very, very good for you to just say that rather blatantly there, fucking Lindsey Graham. Essentially just saying, like, yeah, dude, yeah, we just want to have business interests in there. Because, again, that's always been the point. That's why they do this every single fucking goddamn time. Every single time. They just say it's because of American business interests. Very, very cool.
Terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
Yeah, dude, totally. And they're not saying like, man, this is fucking crazy. Why is this happening? I don't know. Very, very fucking stupid. Obviously, they have also threatened to do Greenland again. Katie Miller, wife of Stephen Miller, put this out on her fucking goddamn Twitter right here. This. Saying that they want to also annex fucking Greenland. Again, Stephen Miller, one of the fucking right-hand men of the President of the United States. And in that same fucking gaggle right here, this gaggle on Air Force One, he threatened Mexico. He threatened to invade Venezuela again. Because, like, oh, if there's no fucking cooperation here, I don't know, might be a fucking goddamn problem, you know? If she doesn't fucking cooperate, could be an issue. Like, it's genuinely fucking insane. Just, he's been talking about how he needs Greenland for national security now or something. And it's not about fucking oil and natural resources. Bullshit, by the way. I don't fucking believe that for even one fucking goddamn second. That's a lie, more than likely. Again, it's just more fucking imperialism and justifications for attacks on people. That's the point. That's why they want to fucking do this. Dying fucking empire is dying and shit. And, you know, it's time to just, like, faff about and basically just do a bunch of fucking coups and do a bunch of other fucking goddamn bullshit for what exactly? We're just gonna fucking conquer people. Whatever. We're just gonna do imperialism. Who cares about allies? Who cares about fucking soft power? Who gives a shit about any of that stuff? And we're just going to fucking do, we're just gonna conquer a bunch of people. Like, unironically. He also, guess what? Threatened Iran again because of the current protests that are going on. So, whoa. Now Iran is getting fucking threatened again. For what purpose exactly? Because of a bunch of small protests, which are breaking out into something bigger, and because of the ineffective nuclear fucking site strikes that he did, which basically delayed the Iranians for about a couple of months. And guess what? It's been a couple of months since those fucking strikes happened. And the nuclear facilities are back as a result. Who would have thought? He's also talked about how the cartels are running Mexico. Any evidence for that? No. There's some towns that are owned by the cartels simply due to the fact that the Mexican forces have just not had the necessary equipment in order to be able to effectively combat these cartels, because guess what? They keep getting a bunch of American fucking equipment. And of course, he's threatening us again. Good old fucking Canada. Why? By doing Again, more fucking goddamn 51st state bullshit. He's threatening the two neighbors who have had the best fucking possible relationships with the United States of America. For what purpose exactly? Because he's just a madman. Madman on a fucking goddamn throne who's basically losing his fucking goddamn mind. Marco Rubio also did a fucking interview with Jared Stephanopoulos. Why don't we take a look?
This morning, President Trump was pretty clear yesterday. He said the United States is going to run Venezuela. Under what legal authority?
Well, first of all, what's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means their economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest of the United States and the interest of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains. That leverage is ongoing. And we expect that it's going to lead to results here. We're hopeful that it does. Positive results for the people.
Again, this is fucking nonsensical. What's the legal basis for any of this? That's
Venezuela, but ultimately, most importantly for us, in the national interest of the United States, we will no longer have, hopefully, as we move forward here, we'll set the conditions so that we no longer have in our hemisphere of Venezuela, that's the crossroads for many of our adversaries around the world, including Iran and Hezbollah, is no longer sending us drug gangs, is no longer sending us drug boats, is no longer a narco-trafficking paradise for all those drugs coming out of Colombia to go through the Caribbean and towards the United States.
Again, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Why would the Colombians decide to rope in the Venezuelans as a random middleman to send drugs to the United States of America? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense, man.
And obviously, we want a better future for the people of Venezuela. We want them to have an oil industry where the wealth goes to the people, not to a handful of corrupt individuals and stolen by pirates all over the world. That's what we're working towards, and we intend to use the leverage we have.
Trump has literally said himself that he wants American oil companies to profit from Venezuelan fucking oil. None of the again, this is the exact same excuses they used for Iraq as well.
To help achieve that.
Let me ask the question again. What is the legal authority for the United States to be running Venezuela?
Well, I explained to you what our goals are and how we're going to use the leverage to make it happen. As far as what our legal authority is on the quarantine, I'm very simple. We have court orders. These are sanctioned boats, and we get orders from courts to go after and seize these sanctions. So that's, I don't know, is the court not a legal authority?
So is the United States running Venezuela right now?
Well, I've explained once again, I'll do it one more time. What we are running is the direction that this is going to move moving forward, and that is we have leverage. This leverage we are using, and we intend to use. We started using already. You can see where they are running.
Trump has said that he wants to fucking occupy the country. Like, unironically, he has said he wants to occupy the country. Again, the fucking, the stooges here can't have a straight message on any of this stuff because it's just so fucking ridiculously nonsensical and stupid. Like, there is no justification for any of this. It's just getting oil for the sake of fucking getting oil. That's it. Or, unironic, Pax Americana fucking bullshit, which all these supposed populist conservatives are now heavily in support of.
Running out of storage capacity. In a few weeks, they're going to have to start pumping oil unless they make changes. And that leverage that we have with the armada of boats that are currently positioned allow us to seize any sanctioned boats coming into or out of Venezuela, loaded with oil or on its way in to pick up oil, and we can pick and choose which ones we go after. We have court orders for each one. That will continue to be in place until the people who have control over the leverage.
Yeah, you have court orders for each one. I totally believe that, bro.
Levers of power in that country make changes that are not just in the interest of the people of Venezuela, but are in the interest of the United States and the things that we care about. That's what we intend to do. The legal authority is the court orders that we have.
Yeah, the schizophrenic court orders that are DOJ fucking made, more than likely, our DOJ made, our stooges within there saying yeah, we can just go after any boats just because we said we could. Genuinely insane. I just want to take a look at some of this fucking gaggle here. Why don't we take a look?
Yeah, a little bit different. We have some good people. We have Senator Lindsey Graham.
Hello, everybody.
Howard Lutnick, Commerce. We have
Not
we
like-
have a lot of people. We have Aaron. We have a lot of people. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Have you spoken with any of the U.S. service members who were injured during that operation?
Yes, we have calls into them. They're all in good shape.
Can you detail what watching that was like when all this played out in Venezuela and what Maduro was doing that moment?
Well, I knew
with
the
US
possible danger. It was a very dangerous operation. It was amazing that we had a few injured, but all are in good shape right now. Just got sworn in.
I don't care about this.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'm American. Nobody else.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now. Have you spoken to the newly sworn in president there, Rodriguez? And what are your thoughts on the entire situation? You said he wasn't run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Wow, directly contradicting what fucking Marco Rubio has been saying, oh yeah, we're the ones in charge. Just again, self-admitting that it's just an occupation. We're in charge of Venezuela now. We just got rid of the guy and now we're in charge. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme. Again, what was the point of hyping up fucking Maria Corina Machado then at this point? Unironically, I do think at this point, Alex, that your position is correct. The reason for as to why Maria Corina Machado is not getting the fucking role is because she has the Nobel Peace Prize and he doesn't.
Charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other
Do you
people.
want to?
Yeah, the right time.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating?
No, but she's cooperating. Is she? Are you going to demand free and fair elections in the short term?
Yeah,
Well,
cooperating.
you know what you're talking. We have to do one thing in Venezuela, bring it back. It's a dead country right now. It's a country that, frankly, we would have been, if I had lost the election, we would have been a dead country. We would have been Venezuela.
I don't know how many times this will be said. The country's been sanctioned since fucking 2014. I wonder why it's been struggling economically.
Steroids. Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back. We're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure.
Okay, then fucking get rid of the sanctions. Get rid of the fucking embargo on the country. And then let the Venezuelan people make their own fucking decisions with what they want to do with their oil wealth. Stupid.
Companies are ready to go. They're going to go in. They're going to rebuild the infrastructure. You know, we built it to start off with many years ago. They took it away. You can't do that. You can't do that with me. They did it with other presidents.
No, you fucking dumbass. They deposed the military dictatorship that the fucking United States implemented through a fucking coup. The Venezuelan people deposed that military dictatorship because they didn't fucking agree with it, voted Hugo Chavez into fucking place, and he decided to nationalize Venezuelan resources for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. And you're just mad about it. Like, unironically. Just mad.
Well, I think we're looking more at getting it mixed, getting it ready first, because it's a mess. The country is a mess. It's been horribly run. The oil is just flowing at a very low level. Much lower than...
He's never gonna mention any of the fucking sanctions that have been on the country for years. I wonder why it's a fucking mess. I wonder why it's poorly fucking run. Yeah, like Nicolas Maduro, is he corrupt? Is he a dictator? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But I'm gonna tell you right now, sanctions that are currently in place in the country, certainly not helping.
Even if it was badly run, it should have more income, more oil than what they do. So we're going to have the big oil companies going, and they're going to fix the infrastructure, they're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country. We're going to cherish the country. We're going to take care, more importantly, of the people, including
yeah, you're
Venezuelans
totally not
going to
invest
that were forced to
anything,
leave their country.
man.
And they're going to be taken very good care of. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have. All of them, basically. They want to go in so badly. Yes. Before and after. And they want to go in, and they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela. And they're going to represent us well.
Good point,
you know, the
Smitty.
infrastructure is rusty, rotten, most of it unusable. It's old, it's broken. You see pipes laying all over the ground. Nothing's been invested for years. Chevron's in it, you know, they've done a good job, but even they haven't been in a position to invest money because they're on a month-to-month basis. They're only there because I wanted them to be there. So Venezuela thus far has been very nice, but it helps to have a force like we have. You know, we were ready for a second wave. We were all set to go, but we don't think we're going to need it.
There's about 17 billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela.
More.
Is that going to be...
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be
Did you say
something...
billion or
I said billion.
You said 17 billion. It's much more than that.
Okay, so what's going to happen to those reserves?
Well, we're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We'll have elections at the right time. The main thing you have to fix is a broken country. There's no money. There's inflation. Like we would have had if I didn't.
Again, like when he says like we're gonna have elections at the right time, when is the right time in your mind? Because I don't believe him. He lies about as much as he fucking breathes. I don't believe him. Simply put, what if they just decide like, well, you know, all these like random attacks keep happening on our precious oil companies while they're trying to fix the infrastructure, so we're just not gonna have elections and I'm just gonna keep running stuff. Again, what does he mean by we're gonna run stuff and we're gonna have elections when the time is right? Again, just don't believe anything he says from this. He's a liar.
With this election, we would have been Venezuela on steroids. Lindsay would know that. You might say something on that because we were talking before.
Sure,
we would have had a doubling up of very bad things that cost us a lot of money, like welfare, frankly. We wouldn't have had jobs, and instead of having $18 trillion in, we would have had...
Oh yeah, I know. You want to fucking cut welfare as well. Yeah, I mean, you already did that through the one big beautiful bill, so, you know, nice meme.
At least $5 to $10 trillion leaving the country. So our costs would have gone up, and all of the money, we're setting a record. It's long broken. And that's after 10 months. We haven't included the 11th month yet. So we think we're going to hit over $20 trillion. The all-time record is 3 by another country, known as China. About 10 years ago, they did 3. We're going to do close to 20 trillion. By the way, there has never been anything like this ever before. And it's all because of tariffs. And the election. But it's because of tariffs. Without tariffs, we wouldn't have 10...
Fucking tariffs are bringing in $20 trillion fucking dollars, bro. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, what are you even supposed to say to that? There's just like, again, it's schizo fucking nonsense. Old man fucking rambling. Totally. Yeah, $20 trillion brought in by tariffs. Okay, bro.
There was a time back in 2016, I remember your RNC speech, and you were saying that regime change and nation building.
Where?
When you were speaking at the RNC back in 2016, you were criticizing regime change and nation building, the U.S. being involved in that. It seems obviously that your stance has changed on that. What led to that? The end of the U.S. nation building now is that...
This isn't a country that's on the other side of the world. This isn't a country like we have to travel 24 hours in an airplane. This is Venezuela. It's in our area. The Don Road Doctrine.
So is that what you would say, that we're in the business of nation?
Did he just say the Don Road Doctrine? Pretty much just to say everything right there. Ladies, gentlemen, and those in between. It's just the fucking... It's Monroe Doctrine. Because he unironically does believe in the fucking Monroe Doctrine. Again, an antiquated fucking doctrine of justifying U.S. imperialistic actions because it's just like, well, this is our hemisphere. This is our stuff. So if you try to fuck with our stuff, fuck you. You can go fuck yourselves. Like, it's so stupid, man. It's nonsensical.
We're in the business of having countries around us that are viable and successful, and where the oil is allowed to freely come out because that's good against the prices there. That's good for our country. Now, we have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor, and that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has a...
Oh, so, okay, here's the threat to fucking Gustavo Petro. Again, yeah, totally. Fucking Gustavo Petro is the main guy in the fucking lab cooking the fucking cocaine. And it wasn't Ronald Reagan who decided to import a bunch of bricks of fucking cocaine during the 1980s. Yeah, sure, totally, dude.
Cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very
So
long.
an operation by the U.S.
It sounds good to me.
Secretary Rubio mentioned
You know why? Because they kill a lot of people. Yeah.
Secretary Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday in his remarks. Does the U.S. have a plan to do
Well, Cuba always survived because of Venezuela. Now they won't have that money coming in. They won't have the income coming in. You know, a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday. You know that. A lot of Cubans were killed.
Do you know
The bodyguards. No, they're looking. But there was a lot of death on the other side. No death on our side. But there was a lot of death on the other side, unfortunately. But a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday.
80 people got killed, I believe.
Trying to protect them.
Though there's been protesters killed in Iran, you said we were locked and loaded, ready to go. What is the line there for when the U.S. is going to get involved in those protests?
We'll take a look. We're watching it very closely. If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States.
Can I just add something? So when he first got elected,
So there's the threat to Iran again. Like, we all know about the sort of delays to the nuclear program. Obviously, it was only like a couple months of delays. So, of course, Iran, yeah, you know, just like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. Iran killing people, bad. U.S. doing it, it's fine, whatever, who gives a shit? We just did it because YOLO swag 420. We can do that, whatever. We're the United States of America. Again, no standards. No standards. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, post-truth, post-COVID area, nothing fucking matters. Just lie. It doesn't matter. People are just going to believe you anyways because, again, like, information doesn't matter. None of this is going to get called out. It doesn't matter. It's all bullshit anyways. So, whatever. Just say a bunch of random bullshit because you can just get away with it.
in January, we met, biggest comeback ever. We talked about
I didn't feel it was a comeback, actually.
So
It's the first one of us.
the bottom line is we talked about a drug caliphate in our backyard. We have
Drug
Venezuela,
caliphate.
we have Cuba, we have Colombia in our backyard. And these three countries have been condemned ever since I've been in politics. Joe Biden put a $25 billion bounty on Maduro's head. Chris Smith, the day he got inaugurated, said, I hope Trump will hold Maduro's feet to the fire. You did. So what has he done? He's going to clear our backyard of a drug caliphate. Countries run by narco-terrorist dictators who murder, rape, send drugs into our country to kill thousands of our citizens. To my
Dude, I feel bad for Muslims, by the way. Listen, they used to be the OG terrorists, and now there's narco-terrorists. Like, listen, they lost their fucking goddamn slur. Now they don't have the ability to have caliphates within the Middle East anymore. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? Like, again, we all know why they're doing this, because they just want to be as Islamophobic as fucking possible. Say a bunch of words that'll titillate the lizard brains of their dumbass fucking base, right? Caliphate, that's a scary Muslim word. Terrorist, scary Muslim word. We're scared of the Muslims. Muslims.
Democratic friends, you should be celebrating this. When bin Laden went down, I was the first to applaud President Obama. This was one of the most sophisticated military operations in the history of the country. What they were able to do was amazing. They knew we were coming. We had a good part of the Navy, and they were able to capture this man alive. No military in the world could have done it, and as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They preyed on their own people. Their days are
Here's
numbered.
a threat
We're going
to
to wake up one
Cuba.
day, I hope in 26,
Again.
in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day, and everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
By the way, you mentioned something that's interesting. Lindsay mentioned bin Laden. I wrote about bin Laden 1 year before the attack of the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to go after bin Laden. It was in my book. And very few people want to say that, but it was in my book. You know that. I think you've actually talked about it. But if they would have had...
Pedophiles as well, boy,
taken out
Miss
bin
Minnie.
Laden, then you wouldn't have had the World Trade Center tragedy.
This is certainly
Did you know that? I predicted bin Laden.
I learn something every day.
No, but did you hear that?
Well, I didn't know. I just started
No, I wrote a book. It was
I wrote
1
it,
year
but
before the attack.
let me tell
and
you,
the book came out.
folks.
And it talked about, there's a whole page, a whole section dedicated to a guy named bin Laden who's a bad guy we have to take out.
So I'll get the book. But right after the election, he told me, I'm going to clean up our backyard. Now, this was before he took office. This is one of the president's priorities, is to make sure that people in our backyard, narco-terrorist states, will not continue to kill Americans without the number of people that will be alive today because Venezuela will be in different hands is going to be tens of thousands. This is something to be celebrated, whether you like him or not.
Not just Venezuela. It's what's coming out of Venezuela
Yes.
in the form of ocean-going and Gulf-going and sea-going boats. Every time we knock out a boat, and we've done a lot of them, we did 3 over the last few days, they're very rare now. You don't see too many of them.
Hard to
But drugs by sea are down 97%. Think of that. Now we're going to stop it by land, too. The land is easy. We had to do the sea before we did the land because it just works out.
Yeah, you were just talking about the land, but
How are you going to do the land? I don't know, ground invasion of Mexico? Because, again, he's been constantly now threatening Mexico by saying that Claudia Sheinbaum is basically overtaken by all the fucking cartels. Like, how are you going to do this? I don't know. It's nonsensical. Again, just imperialism for the sake of fucking imperialism. Dying empire shit that needs to flail about and try to maintain some form of relevance on the world stage.
It sounds like
And by the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it. But unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in
I
Mexico.
remember one time you actually, speaking of Mexico, I asked you about Claudia Sheinbaum, and you told me at one point you would offer to send U.S. troops into
Sure, I
Mexico
did.
to combat drug trafficking there. Is that something you
Well, I like
spoke to her
Claudia.
about?
I think she's a terrific person. I would say every single time I talk to her, I offer to send troops.
And she's just not willing?
She's concerned. She's a little afraid. The cartels are running Mexico. Whether you like it or not, it's not nice to say. The cartels are running Mexico.
Well, no, Claudia Sheinbaum just doesn't fucking trust you at the helm. That with a bunch of fucking U.S. troops on her fucking soil, because again, she's talked about this consistently. It's like, we don't have a problem with accepting help from the U.S. They just have to respect our sovereignty. And considering the fact that you've been talking about wanting to annex Greenland, wanting to occupy Venezuela, wanting to do more fucking attacks on a bunch of different countries, it makes a lot of sense why she might be rather apprehensive of having American boots on the ground within her country.
Speaking of those U.S. troops, I mean, one thing that Americans and a lot of people are wondering, you just sound like you laid out another strike, another land strike against Venezuela. You sound like you laid that out. But
We didn't need it. But we're prepared to do a second strike if we need it. We're totally prepared.
But that's
And
off
we're still
the table.
prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
The question is that the American troops, are they going to be on the ground or doing any kind of peacekeeping? I think Americans are
It depends on what happens. It depends a little bit on the new administration, if you want to call it.
So if you see that pushback from Rodriguez and ultimately...
Well, I don't think it was pushback. I think that,
She called it...
well, you hear a different person than I hear.
Really? So you have spoken with her?
We talked about it.
Oh, you did speak.
They've been very good.
Because she called it kidnapping from the majority.
It's all right. It's not a bad term. Go ahead.
Mel, are you going to demand that Kelsey Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political
I love how he just admits that it was a fucking kidnapping. That's so funny.
prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
No. Is it
We
very
better bring the country back. Otherwise, you're just going to have a mess that's so bad. It was really bad. It's going to get a lot worse.
Again, people should be very wary because everything is being extremely fucking vague on purpose, right? To make sure that there is no sort of end goal here. Because again, has not been any end goal basically presented. So first they wanted to, capture Nicolas Maduro. Okay, now they want the oil companies to go in and get the fucking oil. Okay, like, how long is that going to be taking? How exactly is this going to be done? Just have the companies just go in and people are just going to cooperate with us. Like, who exactly? The vice presidents. Like, are they actually going to cooperate? There's already been contradictory messages on that exactly. They're just cooperating. Again, everything has to be incredibly fucking vague on purpose to justify a fucking forever war. Again, it's Iraq 3 Electric Boogaloo.
Unless we go in and fix it.
Is the U.S. going to reopen its embassy in Caracas or get the
We're
DEA?
thinking about it. We've been asked to do it.
You
We've actually been asked to do it.
You've been with Putin and on the phone, of course, with Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah,
You told me that
numerous times.
You told me that your New Year's resolution was peace on earth. Do you think that 2026, if you could set a deadline when the Russia-Ukraine
I don't
war...
do deadlines, but I would say that, like as an example, Thailand and Cambodia.
Well,
I was very
where does
proud of
it
that.
actually
And they started
stand
up again and they got it stopped.
Where does
I
it
give myself 1/4 of a point for that. So now I'm 8 1/4 points because they started up Thailand and Cambodia and now it's okay.
So where does it actually stand between Russia
I think we'll have a
and
deal
Ukraine
at some point, hopefully in the not too distant. So I don't know if you saw the numbers just came out. 30,000 soldiers were killed this current
Yeah, I
month.
don't do
27,000
deadlines.
the
Yeah.
month before.
Have you said your raise has sanctions?
We discuss it all the time. There's nothing else I talk to. I don't consider him very exciting to talk to, except when we're talking about legislation. And we talk about legislation all the time. You think that's an exciting relationship? It's not. But we talk a lot about legislation, and we have great legislation coming. You want to tell?
So the tariff bill, so here's what I believe. I don't think we could have secured the border without the threat of tariffs. I don't think we'd have a European trade deal without the threat of tariffs. So if you want to end this conflict, then put pressure on Putin's customers. He sanctioned the 2 largest oil companies and
Oh, so you're gonna go after Ambani in India and the Chinese, because those are the guys who are buying most of the fucking goddamn oil and resources within Russia. You're going to do that. That's who you're fucking gonna go. Yeah, fucking good luck with that. Good fucking luck. You're gonna sanction the Indians and the fucking Chinese in order to further harm the Russians. Despite the fact that the Majinsky sanctions that were on Russian oligarchs specifically were already being highly fucking effective. That you took away. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Russia, which is the biggest pressure anybody's put on Putin since the war started. But we have 85 co-sponsors to give this president...
It's hurting Russia very bad.
Oh, yeah. So this bill would allow...
And India also is.
Yes, sir. So he put a 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil. I was at the Indian ambassador's house about a month ago, and all he wanted to talk about is how they're buying less Russian oil. Would you tell the president to relieve the tariff? This stuff works. So I'm hoping we'll bring the bill up, and it's from 0 to 500. He picks the number. Nobody else does. But if you're buying cheap Russian oil, keeping Putin's war machine going, we're trying to give the president the ability to make that a hard choice by tariffs. I really do believe that what he did with India is the chief reason India is now buying substantially less Russian oil. So I hope we pass this bill soon. And after
They
this,
wanted to make me happy, basically. Modi's a very good man.
Yes.
He's a good guy. He knew I was happy. And it was important to make me happy. They do trade. And we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be
people are
very
afraid of
bad
that.
for them.
All of them say you told me we're very thrilled.
And I'll tell you something, the Russian economy is lousy. But what's really lousy is the Venezuelan economy. The Venezuelan economy.
Well, it's because the Ukrainians have been constantly blowing up oil refineries within Russia. And they've been basically doing their own sort of Iraq. Well, this would have been the first Iraq for the Russians, okay? The Ukraine war is the Russian version of Iraq, which is why their fucking economy is in the shitter. Why their fucking strategic reserves are also in the shitter.
Is, I think, the worst economy I've ever seen. If you look at inflation, things are doubling every day.
Stolen what?
It's a disaster. We got to fix the country fast.
Again, you sanction the country. Take away the sanctions, they'll probably be okay.
President Trump, there are going to be any more other companies that you go in there? Are there any other companies that you talk to about dealing with Venezuela? Any Venezuela can talk about that? Are there any other corporations, entities outside of the oil business? Well, the oil business, yes, but outside, yes. They have steel, you have minerals, right? All the critical minerals. They have...
Yeah, Russia, Afghanistan too, of course.
So steel, aluminum, but minerals, this is all, it's rich. It was once upon a time one of the great...
Why the fuck do you need steel, dude? What the fuck do you mean? I thought the American steel industry was already incredibly robust as it is. Oh, wait, you guys fucking decided to ship out all those cheap manufacturing jobs to China instead. Incredibly fucking stupid, dude. Whoa. Guys, maybe those fucking free trade agreements that were negotiated during the fucking 80s and the 90s should not have been done at the behest of corporations and the rich. Who would have thought?
Economies and cultures of the world, and it was destroyed, and now President Trump is going to fix it and bring it back. For Venezuela.
But it's not easy. It's really gone bad. But it's got potential. What? They have rare earth, but everybody has rare earth. Rare earth is not rare. What's rare is the processing.
We got
doing
almost
processing plants.
Everybody's got fucking rare earth. Okay. Rare earth is not rare, but we need to get a ton of rare earth minerals for ourselves. But it's not that rare. Everyone's got rare earth minerals, even though Venezuela has a large amount of fucking lithium deposits available. Again, consistent with the fascist. Always doing the fucking doublespeak.
There's no such thing as rare earth. The rare earth is everywhere. What isn't everywhere is the processing of rare earth. And we have a lot of places going up right now.
One thing I really specifically react to is the Minnesota fraud that we've seen play out.
Well, it just doesn't get worse. I've reacted. It's almost not even believable. This very stupid, low IQ governor, he's a very stupid man because I had a campaign against him with JD, and he's a stupid man, and he's a corrupt politician. And the Somalians are ripping off our country to the tune of, looks like $19 billion, but that's only what they can find. So usually when you look at 19, that would mean it could be 50. But the numbers are astronomical. Think of it. They have a dead country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. They don't have a military. All they do is run around shooting people and trying to capture ships. We don't let them take ships anymore. You know why? We use the same exact missile on them that we use on the drug carriers. And it's very effective. You notice there's nobody capturing ships anymore? Because as they head out to go capture the ship, and the ship doesn't want to fire back because it's very flammable stuff in many cases.
Again, we've talked about what's going on with the fucking... there's a current DOJ investigation that was started under the Biden administration looking into all the fraud. The Nick Shirley video that he did, complete fucking lie. And he might potentially get fucking sued by the state of Minnesota for his dumbass fucking video where he just lied. The two daycares that Nick Shirley went to, the Board of Education and of students went through those fucking goddamn daycares, did the proper procedure, checked what was going on, and saw that everything was above board and totally fucking normal. That they were legitimate fucking daycares. I wonder why the random schizo MAGA Trump supporter who, listened to one fucking random dumb fuck who was allegedly investigating all of this and had his random schizo fucking paper, decided to go into the fucking daycare when there was probably no kids there because of the fact that they were probably not operating during those times because, again, he was doing this during fucking Christmas. Again, it's non-fucking sensical. It's so fucking stupid. It's something that was inherently manufactured in order to drum up a bunch of fucking outrage against fucking Somalis to justify more immigration crackdowns within Minnesota. That's literally it.
The insurance companies don't want to say, they build $1 billion ship, and they don't want anybody firing rockets into the ship. But we're hitting them so hard, and it's very similar. Same missile system. It's called Deadly Accurate. And do you notice that ships aren't being taken anymore? The pirates are.
That's right. I thought about
the pirates aren't. Well,
no Somali pirates.
It's actually very easy. They head out. We say, guess what? There's pirates being.
Is there even, like, instances of, like, a large amount of Somali fucking pirates? Is this even I don't know, like, ring, 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 ring. The 90s are calling. They'd like their fucking, I don't know, military adventurous propaganda back.
That's the end of the pirates. The shipping business is coming back. See, these are little things that we're doing. And I'm doing it not just for American ships. I'm doing it worldwide. Because we don't want ships taken by Somalia pirates. But what they are doing is they're stealing money from the American taxpayer. And every one of them should be forced to leave this country, including Ilhan Omar, who's a total crook. And she's one of the leaders of it. Not the only, because she's not that smart. But think of it. 19 billion.
She's not that smart, but she's one of the leaders of the Somali fucking pirates going and attacking people in the Gulf of Aden. Okay, bro. Yeah, totally. In the Red Sea, along with the Houthis or some shit. Again, just schizo rambling nonsense from this dumb fucking old man, from the mad wannabe king currently in power who just wants to do a bunch of random bullshit and just justify immigration crackdowns within Minnesota. That's literally it.
$1 billion at least they've stolen from Minnesota and from the United States. It's actually more from the United States because Minnesota puts in, and we're not going to pay it anymore. We're going to have Waltz go pay. We're not going to pay them, and we're not going to pay California, and we're not going to pay Illinois with that big slob of a governor that they have that doesn't want. We brought down crime by 25%.
First off, lies. And the reason why he's specifically upset about Illinois and California is because courts have ruled that Trump's deployment of the National Guard and of ICE have been illegal. That's why he's particularly salty about both J.B. Pritzker and California, because of the fact that what he is doing in those states is illegal. And he's been getting fucking owned in court as a result. And he's salty about the fact that he's been getting owned in court.
5%. He didn't do anything. He's not doing anything. But they want us to leave. He had a day where they had 17 murders. Not too long ago. 17 murders and 70...
Yeah, let's not talk about how you're more than likely going to get murdered in a bunch of... There was a really good Bell the Fifth Column video about this, by the way, of how ICE has just been getting consistently fucking owned. None of these motherfuckers are going to talk about how crime within Republican-run cities, these decrepit third world shitholes, is significantly fucking worse. He is never going to mention any of that because it would make him look really bad politically. Again, if you want to be the dude who, I don't know, takes care of a bunch of issues with fucking crime within the United States of America, okay, then you go to fucking Republican states because that's where it's significantly worse.
7 people shot, but 17 died. And then he talks about, we can't handle it. But we pull back, and we'll go in at the appropriate time, but we're the ones that brought the crime down.
Every single Democratic city that he has tried to do military occupation of, 30-year lows of fucking crime. Crime has been going down in Democratic fucking cities. All of them had spikes because of what exactly? COVID. Something that he also fucking mishandled and allowed to go rampant within the United States of America. Again, all fucking roads, all fucking consequences point back to this fucking dumbass's terrible policies more often than not. It's genuine. Like, these people are just wholeheartedly incapable of taking any responsibility for any of their actions. It's incredible to me.
Down 20%. They didn't bring it down. Pritzker didn't bring it down. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. If we didn't go in to Los Angeles 7 months ago when they had the riots, even the police commissioner, the head of police, said if we didn't have the federal government go in, we would have lost total control of the city of Los Angeles, and they would have had to cancel the Olympics. Think of that.
Speaking of Los Angeles, the National Guard, you pulled out
No
the National
evidence
Guard
of this,
at Portland.
obviously.
You know what? You know that Portland?
Again, literally, the fucking the head of transportation within the Department of Transportation, rather, advocated for the National Guard to go into fucking into California, literally just because of the fact that some fucking Waymo vehicles got called over and flipped and lit on fire. That's like the justification for the attempted occupation of Los Angeles for 5 fucking Waymos, dude.
We got it down to almost no crime. Do you know that? When we pulled it out, we had a Supreme Court decision. We can go back. We're allowed to go back in. But we'll go back in when the crime starts. Look, the crime will soon start because they now know that we're out. And at the appropriate time, we'll go back in. And we may, if we're allowed to.
Oh, the crime is just going to randomly start again. Yeah, because the Supreme Court did say, no, your fucking occupation here is illegal. Fuck off. Like, one of the few good rulings of the Supreme Court, saying that, again, everything that he's been doing with his fucking deployments to the National Guard has been fucking legal, and holding up the lower court orders saying, hey, stop this. Again, just No evidence for any of this whatsoever. DC, 30-year crime low. Chicago, 30-year fucking crime low. New York City, 30-year fucking crime low. Boy Meets Smitty, you can probably tell me about the crime rate within Los Angeles. 30-year fucking... It is 30-year lows for all of these fucking Democratic-run cities. But is he ever going to talk about any of the Republican-run cities? Is he? I think the highest, like, per capita murder rate... I think, and this is said in the Bell the Fifth Column video, I should probably pull it up, was, I think, Lexington something. Lexington something. I don't 100% remember. It is a city within, not Kentucky, no. I could be getting it wrong. Or it's like Jacksonville or something. I think it was in Florida. I think it was Jacksonville or in Florida or something. Whatever. It was a Republican-run city. She was going through a bunch of differing Republican-run cities, mentioning them, saying, like, if you're going to get murdered somewhere, you're more than likely going to get murdered there. Actually, let me go ahead and fucking pull up the video so I can just make sure for myself. Here's the video itself specifically. From Bell of the Fifth Column, or Bell of the Ranch, talking about Trump's nonsensical framing of Chicago that he's doing in this fucking gaggle.
Well, howdy there, Internet people, it's Bell again. So today, we're going to talk about Trump's fictional framing of Chicago. We've talked on the channel numerous times about how the perception of major cities is off when it comes to stats, and that perception is mainly skewed by top 10 lists. When you see a top 10 news list, it's important to remember what they're actually listing. Most lists clearly define what they're talking about, but you have to actually pay attention. Sometimes it's obvious. If the list is top 10 largest cities, you know it's measuring the size of the city. But what if it's top 10 crime-ridden cities? It becomes really important to know what they count as a city. Most lists of this sort actually only include major cities. So people end up shocked when they discover Jackson, Mississippi has a higher murder rate than most of the cities you associate with high crime. In 2024, you were more likely to be shot in Selma, Alabama, or Laurinburg, North Carolina, than you were in Chicago.
Laurinburg, North Carolina. That's what I was thinking about. And yeah, Selma, Alabama as well. Guess what? Republican-run cities.
And that on a per capita basis, a lot of rural areas are worse than the cities that get fear-mongered about. In fact, last year, the U.S. county with the highest per capita firearm homicide rate was Holmes County, Mississippi, a completely rural county. Trump is about to get a public lesson in the fact that public perception is not the same as reality. Trump has called Chicago a war zone, and just a few months ago, he called it a killing field. He threatened federal and military intervention. His fictional depiction of Chicago comes from high-profile news stories, not reality. Recently, Trump suggested the city would be gone without the presence of National Guard troops, as he was withdrawing them after repeated court losses. It's worth noting that because of his court losses, the National Guard troops weren't deployed to the streets in Chicago. Nope, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker called out Trump's framing of events by saying, quote, Donald Trump's lying again. He lost in court when Illinois stood up against his attempt to militarize American cities with the National Guard. Now, Trump is forced to stand down. Well, it turns out that while most of us knew Trump's depiction of Chicago was false, and the byproduct of that weird phenomenon where some men become irrationally afraid of major cities because of news coverage, we probably didn't.
Old man fucking syndrome? Oh, Bell, are you telling me because of Trump getting really, really fucking old, he develops an irrational fear of fucking black people? I mean, he always had an irrational fear of fucking black people. Again, look at the Central Park 5 specifically. He's always been a fucking dumb fuck racist. And you're telling me that as a result of his brain leaking out of his ears because he's getting old, really, really fucking old, it's becoming significantly worse? No. Who would have thought?
Didn't know how false the depiction was. It turns out Chicago had the lowest number of murders in years. Decades, really. 1965. The lowest number of murders since 1965. It was an almost 30% decline from last year, from 587 in 2024 to 416 in 2025. There are going to be a lot of small towns and medium-sized cities with higher rates than Chicago this year. I wonder if Trump will call them war zones and deploy the National Guard. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Oh, so Trump is fucking lying. Whoops. Damn, I can't believe that my heckin' populist a conservative Trump would lie about all this stuff and would consistently lie about the reasonings for as to why he's doing these military occupations. Again, it's all practice for him for what exactly? Oh, if he actually wants to do the military fucking dictatorship, he's ready to fucking do the military dictatorship. Who would have fucking thought? Antes, eu știu cum să vorbesc român, but citit e altceva. Eu nu pot să citesc român. Prostie. I can't fucking read I can't read this language. Speculez prea mult? Despre ce vorbești? In Chicago? Da, eu speculez prea mult. Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. I'm totally speculating way too much, despite the fact that we know consistently that this always happens to a bunch of old white men all the fucking time. Yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, we're getting Romanian chuds. Let's fucking go. Oh, really? We have fantasies about Trump. Okay, yeah, totally. Toată lumea aici sunt americani, ok? Toată lumea aici sunt americani, ok? Dacă vrei să vorbești despre ce tu știi despre Trump, ok, vorbește. Noi o să spunem că ești foarte stupid. That's for the Americans in chat. They can understand that fucking word. You all have fantasies about who Trump is. Okay, how about this? He's a pedophile. He's a rapist. Oh yeah, what else can we say? Warmonger. Are these fantasies? I don't think these are fantasies, buddy. These are all things that are confirmed. Oh, you think they are fantasies? That's fucking adorable. Yeah, buddy. You can fucking keep saying that those are a bunch of fantasies when currently he's bombed 7 different fucking countries. He's currently doing illegal military fucking occupations or attempted military occupations. Yeah, bine a făcut. Boy meets mini, fucking ban this fucking retarded dumb fuck from this chat, okay? Get rid of the Romanian chud. Dude, I hope Călin Georgescu, that fucking 3 IQ retard who got fucking blown the fuck out in that fucking election because he did a little bit of illegal fucking Russian money laundering. How's it fucking feel having a, I don't know, your candidate get blown the fuck out of the water by the fact that there's some, I don't know, like, liberal, non-Eurosceptic, non-retard like your fucking, like your retarded fucking self. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid moron. Yeah, get rid of him. Stupid. Very 3 IQ moron. Yeah, Trump is doing a bunch of good stuff by, I don't know, raping kids and just bombing people randomly. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Most powerful thing we haven't used, the Insurrection Act.
You're considering using the
I've always considered it, but we haven't needed it anywhere. 48% of the presidents of this country have used it. Bush used it, I think, 22 times or something. You know that, right? I mean, Bush the elder.
Now, what do you need short-term, next 2 weeks? What do you need from Delcy Rodriguez? You've
Just total access. We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
What other things?
Other things. Roads that aren't built, bridges that are falling down. Yeah, bridges that are falling down, nobody can go anywhere.
And on Greenland, you know...
What, Greenland now?
Yeah, on Greenland.
How did we come up to Greenland?
So, do you expect to take an action against Greenland?
Well, I don't want to talk about Greenland. Let's talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine. We'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days. By the way, I will say this about Greenland.
Why does he have to talk about fucking Greenland in 20 days? Like, what's going on exactly? That's a little interesting. What's up with fucking... What's going on in Greenland in 20 days? I think, like, the prime minister, the president of Greenland... Is it prime minister? I don't remember. The representative of Greenland literally was just like, yeah, dog, like, you guys aren't going to do any of your fucking fuck shit here. Like, we've seen the polling about this, by the way. 94% of Greenlanders voted that they don't want to fucking join the United States of America and are okay with the current fucking status quo. They're just like, yeah, we're totally chill with it right now. Like, we don't want to join the United States. It's some fucking bullshit.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog slam. It's true. They thought that was a great move.
They're a part of NATO, and you're a part of NATO, you fucking dumbass. If there was an invasion of the fucking country, of the territory of fucking Greenland, you would go in and fucking help defend them because you're allies with Denmark. Whatever. Nice meme.
Oh, I don't want to talk about Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it, and they know that. No, I don't think so. I have a very good relationship. We have the power of tariffs, and he has other powers on us.
Are you still planning to travel to see him in April?
Yeah, I'll be going in April.
I think there's some confusion from Americans, maybe the community in the world, when it comes to what you said about Rodriguez earlier today. You said that she would face the same fate, if not worse, than Maduro. But it sounds like you're talking to her on the phone and wanting to work with her, and you are considering her power. Can you just clarify where you stand on Delcy Rodriguez?
I don't have to tell you. I just say that she will face a situation probably worse than Maduro. Because, Maduro gave up immediately.
So she could also
he raised his hand, he gave up. And he did the right thing, but he gave up. So we were so effective, and it was so fast and violent. It was very violent, but we were so effective. He raised his hands, he gave up.
What was the most violent moment?
I don't want to tell you. There were some bad moments, but there was a very violent moment. I don't want to tell you.
Did you get a briefing on all of Maduro's first night?
Yes. I have a total briefing on every aspect of it, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk to the press about it. You'll find out.
When it comes to him in court tomorrow, I mean, what's the end game here with Maduro?
There is no end game. We're just going to go through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected. Judge Hallerstein is a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case it's infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man. He killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
Can I just say something? We got this. This is a good thing.
Talking about the trial of Nicolas Maduro, right? Like, based off of the dumbass trumped up charges that the DOJ fucking made up randomly. Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
Not a bad thing. President Biden put a $25 million bounty on the guy's head. Why? Because he was a horrible criminal, murderer, poisoning our people. Every administration has been saying he's a threat to our country. He's a bad guy. This is the first guy that's actually done something about it. Here's the story for me.
Sure,
he could be in Turkey today, but he's in New York. So if you tell people in Cuba, you need to stop being a communist dictatorship threatening America, you should go somewhere else. You better take the offer. Maduro has nobody to blame but himself. He gave him a way out. He chose to divide Trump and the U.S. military, and his ass is in jail where he deserves.
Well, that's just not true, by the way. There was articles saying that he was willing to negotiate and allow for fucking American investment. Because, again, this is something that Trump's been consistently doing. He'll do a bunch of, fake negotiations, not be actually serious about doing negotiations with world leaders, and then just go in with the strikes anyways, and then claim it's like, oh, we tried to fucking negotiate with these guys, when in reality, the Trump administration is not negotiating in good faith whatsoever. Again, it's complete fucking bullshit from these dumbass motherfuckers. They're just all a bunch of bloodthirsty neocons who just want to invade and attack people. That's it.
To be, and every president has said the same thing, but he did it.
One of the things that is happening, I think you see it all the time. Howard, you've seen it. That Cuba is ready to fall.
Yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela.
I mean, you guys are the only ones that are fucking sanctioning them, and every fucking UN vote, every country on the planet has said, you guys should lift the fucking sanctions. The only three who don't want the sanctions or do want the sanctions to remain on Cuba are Argentina, because Javier Milei is a bootlicker, and the Israelis, as well as the United States of America. Again, why are you still sanctioning the fucking Cubans? Or embargoing, rather, the Cubans? Meh. Because they can.
Venezuelan oil, they're not getting any of it. Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Marco Rubio has really had
I'm
your
sure.
throughout this entire process. I know that the Vice President Vance was just down the street when this whole operation was playing out, but would you say that Marco Rubio has your ear more than the Vice President?
No, they both do. No, JD's very smart, doing a great job, and so is Mark. No, both.
It sounds
I would
like
say equal.
the go-to, and you were just talking about Cuba and what could come next there. Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we did any action. It looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight? They go down for the count. And Cuba looks like it's going down. What do you think, Howard?
It's going down. They've lived off of Venezuela, right? The economics were all Venezuelan, right? That's why you said the protective force of Maduro was Cuban, right? They were Cuban guards, so they were just paying Cuba when that money stopped.
Don't hire them in the future, man.
Yeah, they weren't very good.
People from our country who were forced to come over, people didn't want they were from Cuba. People from different countries like to stay in those countries, whatever, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And people want to go back to Cuba, and they want to work in Cuba, but Cuba's going down for the count. Thank you very much, everybody.
I mean, this is a thing, by the way, that Cuba has consistently done. They'll just deploy troops in order to protect their allies. There was engagements between the Cuban military and South Africa during the 90s. Like, unironically, this is a thing that's happened before.
You had dinner with him last night at Bar.
Elon's great. I say about Elon, he's 80% super genius and 20% he makes mistakes. But he's a good guy. He's a well-meaning person.
Can I ask you about one more thing I've been waiting to ask you the last couple of days? You said that you were very
a lot of questions.
I do.
Tell him who you were. Go ahead.
I'm with News Nation. My name's Libby. So you said that you were really very angry with the Ukrainian President Zelensky if he was the one who conducted that strike on Putin's residence.
I don't believe that strike happened.
Right. So Putin had said in that phone call to you that that strike happened. You came out and said that and you believed Putin. There wasn't criticism.
There is something that happened fairly nearby, but had nothing to do with this.
Why did you believe Putin in that moment and go say that about?
Because nobody knew at that moment. I mean, that was the first I heard about it.
So why not?
He said that his house was attacked. We don't believe that happened. Now that we've been able to check. But that was the first we ever heard about it. We just hope that Russia and Ukraine get it settled.
Well, at least they didn't fall for the Russian state propaganda on that shit.
It's costing us nothing. In fact, we make money because unlike Biden gave $350 billion, gave away. Now, I got a lot of it back because we did a rare earth deal going into rare earth. And we're going to get a lot of the money back, maybe all of the money, maybe more than all of the money. But we get paid now whenever we send anything, they get paid. So this isn't an economic...
We're going to profit off of Ukraine rebuilding itself. Very cool, folks.
This is a soul. This is a situation where, on average, 25,000 souls. 25,000 soldiers mostly, and some people from Kiev and different cities, but very small number by comparison. But 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers are being killed every single month. And they're not from America, they're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine. And if I can get it stopped, I'd like to get it stopped. And I think we will. Thank you very much, everybody.
You talked about returning some control to American companies. Did that play at all into your decision to capture Maduro?
No. What really played is the fact that he sent millions of people into our country from prisons and from mental institutions and drug dealers. And every drug addict in that country, in his country, was sent into our country. Think of that. Every single drug addict from Maduro's country, which isn't really his country, and it's certainly not his country anymore. Every drug addict and every drug dealer has been sent into our country. Now, we're getting them back, but it's a very laborious job to get them back. Very hard job. And, of course, we're not getting a lot of good backup from certain judges, from certain radical left. But we're doing well in appeals, because the people doing the appeals, it seems that the judges are much more sane. What these super radical left judges are doing to our country is incredible. But if you take a look,
constant
Maduro
coping
sent
muffin
hundreds
there.
of thousands and even millions of people from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions.
2019 Venezuelan coup attempt. I don't know, this is like the 50th time I've probably brought up this fucking shit. Again, the reason why a bunch of Venezuelans left was because of this. That's why. I don't know how many times this has to be said over and over and over and over again. But a bunch of Venezuelans left the fucking goddamn country because of the subsequent sanctions that you slapped on the Venezuelan economy during 2019 after your failed fucking coup attempt, which caused the economy to go into hyperinflation. And as a result, millions of people left. Crazy, I know.
Drug dealers, drug addicts, everybody. He said anybody with a problem, he could never be forgiven. And other countries have done the same, but nothing like Maduro's done.
You talked about ending American foreign intervention. What changed your mind in Venezuela? What kind of your interest?
The fact that he sent drugs into our country, we're stopping it rapidly with what we're doing with the sea, because they come in, a lot of it comes in by sea, but it's not coming. The drugs coming in, as I said before, by sea are down 97%. You should be saying, thank you very much, President Trump, great job. Now they can't get anybody to violate this.
Bullshit, by the way. I don't know. I don't know how many times this will be said. They still have presented no evidence to suggest that those fucking drugs were primarily coming in through that avenue. Again, it's just bullshit.
You know, it's 97%. I'm trying to figure out who are the other 3%.
Did you say the operation was all?
The voters that voted for me, yeah. Let me just tell you, the voters that voted for me are thrilled. They said, this is what we voted for.
So let's just think about it.
He currently has low approval ratings on all this shit. Even amongst only amongst the Republicans, and it's generally older Republicans, are the only ones who are approving the actions of Donald Trump right now with the Venezuela. That is it. Those are the only constituents that he has on his fucking side. The core base of cultists that he always had. Young Republicans don't agree with this. Obviously, independents hate this shit. And obviously, every single Democrat's just wholeheartedly against this shit. He is negative in terms of approval rating with the actions that he's taking in Venezuela.
What is the right response when a country sends in tens of thousands of people to overwhelm your system? When a country is a narco-terrorist state that floods your country with cocaine that's aligned with Hezbollah? What's the right response? You blow up the boat before they get here. You take down the source of the problem. President Trump didn't wake up one day and say, hey, let's take Venezuela. He did what other people talk about, but didn't have the balls or the guts to do it. This is a good thing. This is not...
I don't know, man, how many times the same point has to be said over and over and over again. No, he just got up one day, said, I'm going to take Venezuela, and that's it. And then it happened.
Not interventionism. This is making America safer. We're going to be more prosperous because of the business deals. There are going to be Americans alive today because he shut down a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. This is a good thing, not a bad thing.
And the oil companies
Literally, it's just Iraq all over again.
They're going to go in and rebuild their system. They're going to spend billions of dollars, and they're going to take the oil out of the ground, and we're taking back what they stole. Remember, they stole our property. It was the greatest theft in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us. They took the infrastructure away, and all that infrastructure is rotted and decayed. And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild it. We're not going to spend very much money at all, if anything. But the oil companies are going to go. We're going to take our oil back. But we're going to also do things.
It's all our oil.
When you look at what he did, the drugs are terrible. But also terrible. He sent hundreds of thousands of people into our country that should not be here. And that means from prisons. That means Tren de Aragua, the gang. Tren de Aragua.
Tren de Aragua.
The Duro's country. He was very friendly with that gang. Well, they're having a hard time right now. You know, we had Tren de Aragua all over Washington, D.C., and they got the hell beat out of them. Washington, D.C.
Okay, Tren de Aragua is now all over fucking Washington, D.C.? Sure, man, totally. Yeah, they're just everywhere in the United States of America. Oh, they're always everywhere. Every Venezuelan, it's all Tren de Aragua. It's all they're Tren de Aragua, you're Tren de Aragua, I'm Tren de Aragua. Everyone is fucking TDA in the mind of this fucking schizophrenic fucking orange pedophile.
Is the safest city right now in the United States. Thank you very much.
If you had to sum up Operation Absolute Resolve, would you say that it was about oil or it was about regime change?
It's about peace on earth.
How's peace on earth?
Peace on earth.
Yeah, peace on earth. Randomly kidnapping another fucking world leader. I don't need to listen to what this fucking schizophrenic has to say. I mean, it's extremely fucking obvious, right? The intention of this has always been about one thing and one thing only: enforcement of the fucking Monroe Doctrine, an antiquated fucking doctrine that this motherfucker believes in because, again, flailing, dying empire that just wants to do forceful economic coercion of its neighbors in order to, I don't know, build the America fucking caliphate. Yeah, it's like unironically, like, build the America fucking caliphate within the Western fucking hemisphere. That is the entirety of the point of all this stuff. It's complete fucking bullshit. The imperialism always has been the point because America is a dying, flailing fucking empire. That is literally it. And as a result of wanting to maintain some form of relevance that is now fleeting within the world stage, now what are they going to fucking do instead? Just basically take over all their neighbors and just do more extraction of resources for the express purpose of enriching a bunch of dumb fuck pedophile billionaires who are in cahoots with this orange fucking pedophile currently in power. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice meme. I think my headache. I think the Tylenol has now kicked in, and my headache does not feel as bad. I'm thinking about if I want to actually do a Yapperino. Maybe a shorter Yapperino. On a shorter topic. We'd love to see it. Wait, what? Oh my god, there was more of that tweet that I showed. Katie Miller, Nee Waldman, is now married to Stephen Miller. We all know this, okay? Rabbi Ariel Lightstone officiated at the ceremony attended by Trump at his Washington hotel. She posted this meme saying, "Time to occupy Greenland." Miller was mentioned in the Epstein files as a sex gift to Steve Bannon. Alright, man. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, by the way, Steve Bannon is incredibly fucking anti-Semitic, and Katie Miller is a Jew. Whoa, you're telling me that anti-Semitism, it's always fucking psychosexual with these people. It's you know, get your fucking classics out. It's always fucking psychosexual with the fucking Nazis. Every fucking time with the Nazis, it's always about fucking psychosexual bullshit. It's fucking insane, man. Alright, man. Nice meme. Oh, man, bro. Incredible. Incredible. It's incredible, I say. Yeah, this is fucking insane, bro. Ay, 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 ay. Annexing Greenland would probably destroy NATO, create a EU-US trade war. I mean, that's already happened. Compel the US to militarily rule a reluctant Greenlandic population. Again, 94 to 6%. Encourage a Russian attack on the Balkans. Probably, because NATO is meaningless now. Can't fucking do Article 5 against the United States of America. They have way more fucking nukes. Destroy a range of U.S. commercial interests from the lockout of all/some U.S. defense, energy, and tech companies, as well as investors from EU markets. Create a political backlash in the U.S., probably affecting the midterms. Oh, that's probably going to kill the midterms for him. 1,000% if he actually decides to annex Greenland. Feels like a long list of bad things. The first comment I see. What if Denmark just sells it? The Danish Prime Minister has said, like, we are not interested in selling it. There's that question answered. Man, we got a case of a real fucking big moron. Wait, depends on who's president? Hold on, I have to just comment on this. Very, very important. It's not that they're sleepwalking into it. They're just doing random idiotic fucking bullshit. Oh man, this dude's fucking really fucking stupid. Oh man. By the way, taking Greenland is a walk in a park. Yeah, Greenland is really fucking big, by the way. The Greenlandic ice sheet is gigantic. There's a couple of small fucking cities. The population's not very big. Like, I think it's like below 20,000. But here's the thing. They would all resist. Like, all of them would resist and not want to comply with any directives from the American military. Again, 6% of Greenlanders have said that they would want to be occupied by the United States of America. It is not popular amongst Greenland. It's just not. They do not agree with being fucking occupied by a foreign fucking nation. Not to mention how pissed Europe would be about this. The Europeans would just be like, excuse me, what the fuck are you doing? Are we gonna have to call Article 5 on the United States of America? We might have to. Because they're just invading our territory for no reason. And, you know, where one gets attacked, all gets attacked. It's like, okay, man. Very cool. They have to or NATO won't survive. Yeah, they would have to call fucking Article 5 and it'd be nuclear fucking war. Unironically. It's insane. Man, God, fucking liberals and fucking right-wingers have been so fucking stupid on all this shit, dude. yep, we're in NATO. We would be joining against the United States of America. Mm-hmm. We are in NATO as well. Yeah, this place is pretty fucking dog shit. And it's all because of, like, the one schizophrenic, like, pedophilic, billionaire. You do not want to move here. Now, Alex, you really... I'm gonna just say this again. You don't want to move here. I don't, but also I don't want to live in a fascist state. Not too late. Ay, 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 dude. Alright, you know what? We'll do the normal fucking yapperoni sesh that we always do. Lizzie Savetsky. Mamdani promised us a free ride. Didn't the MTA basically say that the subway fares were going to go up by from like $2.90 to $3? So yeah, Lizzie Savetsky, very well known for riding public transportation, and that was for the subway, not the fucking buses. And the MTA approved that shit in September. And that was about the subways. Not the buses. Bait or retardation? Yeah, bait or mental illness. Make your decision. Bait or low IQ, call it. Alright. Do the work for me, Anton Chigurh. Yeah. Jesus Christ, bro. What's this? Miami mayor calls for Trump to immediately reinstate TPS for Venezuelans. Yeah, he wants to kick out the Venezuelans. That's why he did the regime change, because he wants to kick out the Venezuelans. Like, it's gonna be such a shit show. It's one of those things where it's so fucking stupid on, like, every fucking respect. In, like, so many fucking ways that it's just like, wow. How do you even fucking tackle this properly in terms of how stupid this is? He only hates Latinas because Salma Hayek paid no attention to him. Idiot. What does that mean? This is who I think it is. Yes, this is who I think it is. Oh, yeah, he probably has not forgotten that shit. Yeah, he still probably remembers that shit. Very, very funny. Sir, why do you hate Latinas? Because I asked one out and she said no. What the fuck? This is the last time I ask any fucking brown woman out. Alright, this is the video we're gonna fucking talk about then. The talking point about Gen Z being religious, as the right seemingly has claimed, which is just not the case. In fact, they are becoming less religious. But I'm just curious. But further details, because I know the statistics already. No, they were never millennials. No, never. Gen Z. No, that shit was not happening. Just a loud minority of fucking groypers being dumb and annoying about it. But let's get started with this shit. Yeah, it's a loud, annoying minority. That's loud, and it's. I don't consider Christian nationalism to actually be Christianity, right? Like it's farce. It's a farce, right? That's a political ideology. It's a farce, but whatever. Gen Z, the younger generations, are becoming more religious, apparently. Nonsensical, right? If we're talking about Christianity as Christian nationalism, then yeah, sure, there's technically an argument there. There are a lot of, well, Gen Z fucking groypers that exist more and more now, right? But in terms of people actually believing in the tenets of fucking Christianity, that is not the fucking case, okay? That's bullshit, alright? In terms of people turning away from the institutions of religion, that being the church, that being the evangelical sort of churches and whatnot, young people are more and more so turning away from that. Now, in terms of Christian sort of nationalists, your Groyper types, yeah, there's a bunch more of them, but they're an incredibly loud minority online. And that's more so the direct byproducts of the general material conditions on the ground being as bad as they are for the younger generations. Again, good luck owning a house if you're in Gen Z. Good luck basically having any real sort of fucking assets as a young person. You're not gonna fucking have any of that shit. Good luck being able to participate within the fucking economy as a young person. Not fucking happening, okay? Because of just how much wealth is being concentrated within the hands of a very select few corporations and rich people, right? So we all know about this. We've talked about this. I don't consider Christian nationalism to be people who are actual adherents of belief within God, of faith within God, or even these people don't even go to church very often. They just like to fucking Christian signal all the time. Same with all these Catholic converts and Orthodox converts. Very often it's always fascists who do this in order to signal to people within their sort of political predilections. Also, yes, I suppose, before I forget, this is a preamble. We've watched Urgently Firing's videos before. Makes very good fucking video essays. And I've seen this point by the right before where they talk about Gen Z becoming more Christian. The data has basically always borne out to the sort of like complete opposite. More and more of them are turning away from the vestiges of religion because of the fact that Christian evangelicals are extremely fucking cringy, dog, and they have secured one of their sort of biggest flagship victories in the overturning of Roe v. Wade and of trying to get rid of abortion, right? And making it such that way more, especially young women, to not want to become fucking religious whatsoever because they understand it's just like, oh, it's all these evangelical fucking goddamn freaks in order to be able to who want to just take away my civil rights away from me. So that's pretty cool. And that's a great point there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, Gen Z definitely does not have disposable incomes for offerings and tithes. Which, guess what? If you're attending church, you gotta fucking do that shit. Does Gen Z have the fucking income to be able to do that? No, of fucking course not. They have to, like, work like 2 to 3 jobs just to be able to put food on the fucking table and be able to pay rent and insurance for their fucking cars. You think they have the income necessary for tithes and offerings to pay like the 10%? Okay, it's probably not 10% tithe anymore. That probably doesn't exist anymore. But do you think they have the ability to pay that fucking shit? Fuck no, of course not. So I'm just curious to see the further details that Urgently Firing more than likely has puts on offer here, because we know the statistics already. The statistics basically have shown that no, younger people and Gen Zers are not becoming more religious. In fact, it's just a bunch of Christian nationalists and fucking Catholic converts, Nazis, who are becoming way more fucking loud about it and do the Christian signaling in order to sort of signal to one another. Like, it's, again, nonsense. Gen Z is not becoming more religious.
You look, there's an article claiming that Gen Z is becoming more Christian.
Resurgence? Gen Z is reversing a decades-long trend of a declining number of people in the U.S. identifying as Christian.
Now, I'm going to rip the Band-Aid right off and tell you that this is not happening. This idea mostly comes from a document called the Quiet Revival, published by the British and Foreign Bible Society earlier this year, which uses YouGov surveys in England and Wales from 2018 and 2024 to claim that church attendance rose from 8% to 12%, which is technically a 50% increase. Problem is, out of the 13,000 people they interviewed, only a few hundred were Gen Z men. On top of that, 13,000
Well, that's a little interesting. Really? 400 were Gen Z men? And they're going to claim that there's an overall increase based off of that out of the 13,000 people they interviewed for this fucking study. That doesn't seem to be enough of a sort of a sample size there in order to be able to make the claim that Gen Z is becoming more fucking Christian. It's fucking nonsensical, dude.
people in England and Wales isn't a good sample size when you consider that there are 380 million native English speakers across the world who are reporting on this story, mostly here in the United States. And to top it all off, other studies by larger and more reputable organizations do not find that Gen Z is becoming more Christian. At best, national declines in church participation are simply flatlining, not reversing. That being said, something is happening with Gen Z that might look more religious or conservative on the outside. 3 decades of economic crises, political gridlock, and failing ideas about how to be successful have deeply scarred today's young adults. We don't buy into a lot of the cultural baggage of Gen X or older millennials because the things they said would make us happy and successful turned out to not be true. A lot of stereotypically liberal ideas.
Whoa, so the exact same thing that I have fucking said. It's economic stupid. It's not fucking religion. Again, this is an excuse, again, by those in power to try to, I don't know, distract from the fact that more and more resources are being funneled to the fucking top. Who would have thought?
Like the notion that everyone needs to go to college, that hardcore recycling and using paper straws was going to save the planet, or things like veganism and socialist coffee shops that claim to be for the common man while selling $20 lattes, all of that feels like a scam to us because, quite frankly, it was. So when news outlets see young people rejecting those things in exchange for family, community, and stability, they think that there's this resurgence of traditional values going on. But here's the kicker. Gen Z is also rejecting a lot of stereotypically conservative ideas too, like company loyalty, climbing the corporate ladder, trickle-down economics, and the overall idea that policies that support billionaires are somehow going to help common workers when half a century of wage stagnation proves that wrong. Not to mention the
Thanks for, all the economists that generally existed from the fucking 80s saying, like, actually, guys, yeah, trickle-down economics is really good. Yeah, even though, like, most people have outright rejected the sort of schizophrenic fucking delusions of someone like Art Laffer. Yep, great point, Boy Meets Smitty. Let me bring up my favorite fucking goddamn graph, the wage productivity gap graph. I lost all my fucking main things for the whatever the fuck after resetting the Opera GX, so, I lost my main stuff. Fuck my life. No, this isn't the exact website that I like using. No. Here it is. Fuck off with your dumbass fucking cookie settings. You can suck my entire cock and fucking balls, bro. Oh, hey, I wonder why Gen Z is inherently rejecting a lot of corporate climbing, terrible company loyalty fucking company loyalty and all this fucking bullshit. Oh, it's because of this. Thanks, Ronald Reagan, and also the sort of a destruction of unions that were occurring during the fucking 70s, essentially creating this exact problem where, again, productivity has been going up significantly. Again, all the stupid dumbass conservatives are going to claim like, well, this is because of a lot of automation. That's why productivity has been going up. Bull fucking shit. No, it's that Americans are working way more fucking jobs, thus contributing to the productivity of a fucking goddamn country, and wages have not been keeping up with that for the latter part of about 20 fucking goddamn years. Ever since Bush, the federal minimum wage has remained at $7.25. $7.25. It's increased in certain particular, states. Yeah, we're talking about the federal minimum wage and also general sort of wage stagnation for a lot of those more liberal sort of states who have raised their minimum wages. For people to be able to live there comfortably, it would also still have to go up further than $15. And if we're talking about the federal minimum wage, that shit has been fucking $7.25 for like the past 20 fucking years. So again, it's economic stupid, not any of this other bullshit these people are saying.
Ideas that trade unions are bad, while large abusive organized religious institutions are good. That all feels like a scam to us too. And it confuses the hell out of older people who have followed everything that the two-party political system has told them for decades. Because we are not snowflakes, and we are not bootlickers. For the most part, young adults in America today want financial stability, we want to get married and start a family, we want to own a home, and we want our taxpayer dollars to go towards things like the public infrastructure, universal healthcare, and sustainable energy sources that other developed nations in Europe and East Asia are able to have with much smaller budgets than the United States.
Green New Deal, very popular amongst younger generations. And they're starting to eventually outnumber all the dumb fucking boomers and Gen Xers. Medicare for all, very, very fucking popular amongst Gen Z. Wanting to take away funding from the fucking Pentagon and not send as many arms or money to Israel. Very fucking popular amongst the 18 to 29 fucking demographic. I can keep going through all of the progressive fucking policy. Again, public transportation. Very fucking popular. Providing additional funding for that, very fucking popular amongst the 18 to 29-year-old demographic. Raising the fucking minimum wage, extremely popular amongst the 18 to 29 fucking demographic. I can keep bringing up policy over and over and over and over again, and all of them are going to be popular amongst 18 to 29-year-olds. Now, corporate culture, that shit's not fucking popular. Wars, not popular either. The younger generations have always skewed significantly more, and I mean significantly more progressive. More and more and more so, because because of the general sort of 40 past years of neoliberal austerity politics has made it such that it's been a failure, and younger generations see that it's been a complete fucking goddamn failure. But do any of these boomers in power and billionaires in power care about that? No, because again, for them it's always about wealth extraction. Always has been. And maintaining those systems of hierarchy and control. Now you may be saying, well, Daho, why has there been a significant increase amongst younger people voting for Donald Trump? First off, still not enough in order to claim that the majority of younger people vote for the Republican Party. That was only a change amongst Gen Z men. And second off, it's because everyone, and specifically young men, were appealed to during the 2024 election, and they are ridiculously desperate for some form of a change to happen. Obviously, it was all a lie from the Donald Trump administration. About 3 months into the fucking administration, they started leaving him in droves. That constituency is now extremely unpopular for Donald Trump and the Republican Party. They are gone. Why? Actually, unironically, it's because of one of the other videos we took a look at. It's because women find Trump supporters and these manosphere supporter weirdo types, like the people who watch the Joe Rogan podcast, or like the Nelk Boys, or Andrew Tate supporters, to be absolute fucking repellent. And it's all fucking dating culture bullshit. That's why they fucking started leaving the Republican Party in droves. Oh, 1000% Boy Meets Minute. Yeah, it's all dwindling numbers in fucking echo chambers at this point. Like, that's literally it.
States. And we know that it's possible because we have had the internet in our pockets our entire lives and have watched as Americans keep getting poorer while people out in, say, the Netherlands don't have student debt or medical bills. It's all so simple, but it can...
Or even the Nordic countries. Yeah, sure, it's like, but their taxes are higher, Daho. Well, what do they get out of that? Free healthcare, really good fucking education... they get great public transportation systems, the ability to travel throughout all of the EU, no fucking problem, because all those countries are a part of the EU. Sounds like a lot of great fucking benefits to me.
uses political think tanks because they don't want to believe that these ideas are mutually inclusive. They think, oh, if you're interested in having...
Oh, yeah, also free public utilities as well. Well, you have to pay more in taxes for that. Better than paying fucking bills to a private institution.
Kids, then that makes you an oil-toting, women-hating conservative. Or if you're interested in universal healthcare, then that makes you a blue-haired, polyamorous liberal. But that's just not Gen Z. I'll use myself as an example. I have a humanities bachelor's degree. I have long hair. I grew up in Nevada, which is a pretty liberal state most of the time. And I've obviously got no problem with like wearing jewelry or being a little flamboyant on camera. Sounds pretty yuppie from the outside. But I worked rural, blue-collar jobs to pay my way through college. I got married to a woman in my 20s. I'm obsessed with personal finance. And my wife and I both have the expectation that I will be our main financial provider so long as I am able. Because that makes me feel good and confident, and that's what makes her feel safe and secure. And we're saving up so that we can someday raise kids on a plot of land with chickens and fruit trees and solar panels and all that jazz. We don't make sense to the Democratic or Republican establishments because we are both yuppie and yeehaw at the same time. And it's my view that this is what's happening with a majority of Gen Z, just to different degrees based on where they live and what their other values are. It's my belief that all of those alternative...
Wait, urgently firing. You're telling me that based off of the environmental and cultural conditions that exist within a particular state, that certain young people and people within Gen Z, especially with access to as much information as possible as on the internet, may have some differing sort of thoughts and not the sort of like nonsensical fucking binary that has existed in the minds of the American people for the past 40 years, and that people are trying to think more laterally, and that people are beginning to sort of engage with the sort of fact like more things are possible. No, not in my heckin' Reno center-right, extremely binary thinking sort of society like the United States of America. No, you can't fucking think like you can't think laterally and for yourself. That's stupid. That's gay. That's libtard and woke.
Lifestyle and aesthetic movements, from cottagecore to maximalism to urban homesteading to stoic gym bro influencers, are just different expressions of Gen Z trying to restore stability, beauty, community, and wisdom to the unstable, ugly, superficial, and consumerist world that we inherited. So let's dive into what's really going on with Gen Z. And if we want to truly understand the evolving priorities of today's young adults, then we need to take a nuanced approach to all of these articles and news stories that try to explain us from outdated perspectives. Which is why I'm pleased to announce that today's video...
I am sensing a Ground News sponsorship. Listen, Ground News, I don't know much about it. Listen, economic disenfranchisement is the biggest problem with younger generations.
While the Gen Z stare is probably just young adults being awkward and inexperienced like they have been for millennia, the truth is that young adults today are growing up in a very different America than our recent ancestors did, forcing us to navigate this world almost entirely on our own. Because most of the financial or social advice that our parents and grandparents have for us is now extremely outdated and therefore no longer useful. Like I said before,
And you want to know why that's the biggest case? 2008 recession and also COVID. For example, I was born in 96. I am right on the fucking cusp of late millennial and early Gen Z. I am right there. I am basically at the turn of that fucking generation. Guess when I fucking graduated? Right at the fucking start of COVID. Oh, well, thank you for allowing me to sort of graduate during the time of a once-in-a-lifetime fucking pandemic and great fucking economic turmoil and instability, where everyone in my generation, amongst like students that I knew, and I knew a lot of people who were getting fucking fired from their jobs by their fucking companies because it's just like, dog, I mean, huge economic upheaval is starting to happen. We have to basically get rid of you for the time being, and there's nothing we can fucking do about it. Why do you think they the government of Canada had to step in and started providing relief for students specifically? Oh, because of COVID. Very, very fucking cool. I went to uni and graduated in the aftermath of 2008. Yep, boy meets minute. You had fucking the Great Recession that you got fucked over by, and that was the thing that fucked over millennials, was 2008. For us, it was COVID. For you guys, it was the Great Recession. And for more Gen Zers, it's now the general sort of economic instability that's being caused by the current orange pedophile that's in charge right now. And we still haven't dealt with all these sort of byproducts and consequences of fucking COVID properly. Because, again, for the United States of America, it's never been any interest in addressing the material conditions of people on the fucking ground. And also, it's always been about one thing and one thing only: addressing the needs and concerns of all the fucking oligarchs that are at the top. You know, all these corporations and the fucking rich people who have been basically, I don't know, like extracting wealth from all the younger generations for the past like 40 fucking years at this point. Yeah, of course, you know, we have also the Democrats who capitulate to all this stuff and basically just do some tweaks around the edges that are, yeah, sure, it's like, okay, I mean, this is a good policy. Yeah, sure, this is fine. It's not enough. You need to do radical change. We need a Green New Deal. We need something fucking crazy in order to be able to address all these problems, not some needle and diming around the edges.
Wages have been stagnant relative to productivity in the United States since the 1970s. And I know this is going to be hard for our parents to accept, but that was half a century ago. Compared to our parents and grandparents, it's nearly 3 times as expensive to live in the U.S. relative to our
I don't even know how many times I've fucking explained this to my parents. I mean, it's a little harder with them because, again, East Europeans, Romanians specifically, you know, Ceausescu and, of course, the Iron Curtain living in the fucking goddamn block. A lot more difficult to sort of explain to this, but again, like the material conditions within not only the U.S. but also Canada, right? I am a Canadian here. Our unemployment rates are fucking dog shit in this country because our economy is fucking dog shit in this country right now. Has made it such that it is more difficult than ever for people to be able, especially young people, to be able to participate within the economy. Yeah, it's like unironically, I've talked about this with Gen Zers, with millennials, with all the people that I know. Even some people amongst my parents' fucking friend group, I consistently tell them that the current economy is basically a fucking gotcha machine. It's just a slot machine where it's just you pull and you maybe get lucky. And pretty much, I have had 100% agreement from all of them. They're just like, oh, you're right, dude. Like, you just have to get lucky. It doesn't mean you should stop trying. Although, honestly, it's getting harder and harder to want to fucking try because of the fact that it's just like, honestly, I just prefer to let this all just fucking dissipate away and have like a reset happen, and then maybe it'll get fucking better from there because it's getting real fucking dog shit out here, dude. And just, it's only getting worse. And everything that's being done right now is not really addressing a lot of the main issues. It's just getting significantly worse in terms of being able to be a productive participant within fucking society. And it makes people lose a lot of faith. And a lot of people have lost that faith. And as a result have become extremists.
Incomes, rent, groceries, insurance, college tuition, and car payments have financially crippled the average American. The financial advice that we should be disciplined and save 2/3 of our take-home pay is quite literally impossible, unless you get extremely lucky by either landing a super high-paying job or having a family that's able to subsidize those other costs for you. Oftentimes, it's the grittiest, most independent, and hardest working young Americans who end up being the worst off financially, precisely because they don't have those financial safety nets to fall back on, and they have to have an insane amount of grit and discipline just to stay.
Same thing that I've just said before. Every single one of these young Americans, these young American adults, these students, consistently have to work like 2 to 3 jobs just to be able to pay for food and rent.
Afloat. Like, not to toot my own horn or anything, but I was an incredibly disciplined and hardworking student in college. I worked blue-collar jobs while going to school full-time, and I was still able to land a full-ride scholarship to my master's degree because of my academics and because of my involvement in clubs. But the only reason I was that disciplined in college was because I was paying my tuition on my own, living 500 miles away from my parents, and I didn't have a choice. Whereas other people I knew were living with family, having their parents pay for their groceries, and they still make better salaries than me today because that's just the way the cookie crumbles in this world. So Gen Z saw this happen and realized that hard work does not always equal success. Hard work plus community equals success. We no longer believe in the idea of a pure self-made man. Instead, we believe that you need both hard work and a willingness to make use of your advantages in order to be successful. And I think that's an important distinction that a lot of older generations fail to appreciate. Human beings are social creatures. We need to live in groups with one another in order to survive and thrive. The so-called self-made man is arguably a corporate scam that baby boomers, Gen Xers, and older millennials were tricked into believing because they happen to experience an unusual amount of economic equality relative to the rest of human history.
And guess why that fucking happened? Oh, the New Deal. That is why, again, during the time of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, those were the most economically productive times for humanity. Why is that? Top marginal tax rates of 94% upon the richest of fucking Americans. That was when the United States of America was the most economically fucking prosperous during those times.
Gen Z rejecting the idea of the self-made man in exchange for an obsession with community and collectivist thinking often comes across as a so-called revival in traditional values amongst young people. When
It's
really,
not. That's more fucking socialist thinking.
we're just being practical about the financial reality of the world around us. And that's really kind of it with Gen Z, right? Like, it's just about practicality. College tuition has skyrocketed in recent decades and doesn't guarantee good career placement in the way that it used to. So a lot of young adults have rejected higher education. But it's not because they're anti-intellectual. Bars and clubs started to cater to society's worst people in the 2000s.
I don't 100% agree with this. Like, if we're talking amongst a lot of conservatives, but a lot of it is because of a lot of sort of anti-intellectualism, but also, yes, part of it is because of fucking practicality. I mean, it's the whole rise and grind sort of culture, right? That people are trying to basically inherently reject, or people are just saying like, you know what, fuck it. I don't really give much of a shit at all about trying to participate within society. I'm just going to live my life in the now, damn the fucking consequences, and I'm just going to basically do my own fucking thing. Because I know that I'm basically fucked. The economy doesn't help me whatsoever. I'm actively just being exploited at all points in time. I don't really have much of a community in order to be able to sort of help me out, to be quite honest. I'm fucked, so whatever. Who gives a shit, right? I'm just going to, I don't know, live my life to the fullest, and if I unironically die young, so long as I was having a good fucking time, whatever.
Thousands. So we rejected a lot of third places when trying to make friends or find a good partner, and now young people rely heavily on things like dating apps to make real-world connections. But it's not because...
And I mean, like, this is a really good point here by urgently firing. Again, in order just to be able to get to a third place, you need to have a fucking car, because everything is car infrastructure and suburbanized. Like, good luck getting anywhere with public transportation if that is the current fucking infrastructure that you're operating with.
Because we don't like hanging out with people in public. And then, public online job boards have slowly but surely become a dumpster fire in recent history too. I recently did an economic analysis in another video where I showed that a single resume submitted to Indeed or LinkedIn has about a 1 in 514 chance of leading to a job, and was even reached out to by a somewhat famous researcher in the space who said that my number was extremely close to what he got when he looked into that same issue as well. So it's no wonder that such a monumental amount of young men and women have dropped out of the job search in exchange for finding alternative ways to sustain themselves in the reality of today's market. Gen Z is not all woe is me. We legitimately live in an extremely hard economic situation, and there's little evidence that things are going to get better at the corporate or political level.
And that's a fucking thing that all these dumbass fucking boomers need to fucking learn. It's not woe is me, because my fucking parents do the exact same propaganda that it's just like, oh, your generation's all the same, it's all woe is me. It's like, no, it's not. Like, do you know what the current economy is like right now? It's fucking terrible. Being able to try to find a job right now is a fucking slog. You just have to get fucking lucky. And guess what? I'm fucking caught in that rut right now where it's just like, I'm trying to get lucky, and guess what? I ain't getting fucking lucky. I'm basically getting fucked over, and I'm stuck in the fucking rut as a result. It's just fucking dog shit out there. Being able to find a job on like LinkedIn or fucking Indeed, unless you somehow roll really fucking lucky, you roll multiple nat 20s in a fucking row, you're probably still not going to land a job anyways, because again, it's just that fucking terrible out there right now.
Anytime soon. So we are quite literally dropping out of the rat race and creating allegedly new ways of living that are really just more reflective of what impoverished people had to do throughout human history. It's not that we don't want real careers or that we're rejecting spirituality. It's just that virtually all of the major businesses and organized religions around us have proven themselves to be incredibly corrupt. I live in the Rocky Mountains, so I have watched hundreds of people that I know become disillusioned with the Mormon Church over its obscene accumulation of money, constant attempts to influence politics, and consistently getting away with scandals. And I'm sure that the same is true for people living adjacent to the Catholic Church, evangelical organizations like the NAR and megachurches, or other large organized religions. But that doesn't mean that the people
1000 fucking %. Damn, it's almost as if institutionalized religions might have some fucking problems. What's the NAR again, Boy Meets Mini? Could you give me a fucking reminder about that? I have no idea what the fuck that shit is. But yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. New Apostolic Reformation. What the fuck is that? Whatever. But yeah, like, it makes a lot of sense. All these motherfuckers fundamentally care about one thing and one thing only. And Karl Marx has talked about this exact same thing. You don't have a problem with people who practice faith and practice religion. If you want to practice, that's fine. It's not the issue. The problem is the institutionalization of these religions. Unjust fucking hierarchies is the main problem here. That is what the Gen Zers are inherently trying to reject. Church and practicing of faith has always been about, and this is in the Bible, has always been about building fucking community. Always has been. Building community with people who also practice faith. However, because of all of the mega church pastors and all this like evangelical sort of fucking bullshit, Mormonism, all the evangelical sort of like Protestant religions and mega church pastors who have like private jets and Rolls Royces, for fuck's sake, Gen Zers and younger people have been basically inherently rejecting all that stuff. For why? Like, why exactly? Oh, should be fairly obvious, because everyone sees that it is incredibly corrupt and it fails in essentially doing what it is supposed to be meant to do, and that is helping build community with people in faith. It's like, well, that's fucking bullshit. Fuck off with this. Mormonism, bullshit. It's essentially like one dude who wanted to justify having fucking polygamy and being able to be a fucking capitalist, because Christianity does not justify wealth hoarding the way that capitalists want. Same with all the evangelical prosperity gospel Protestant dipshits, right? Like, there's this one fucking TikToker, okay, who was calling a bunch of fucking churches in differing sort of areas, right? Saying, hey, can I get some baby formula for my baby, because I've run out and I can't pump breast milk for whatever reason. I can't afford to get like baby formula right now. Guess who always rejected the request for baby formula? The Mormons and the fucking evangelical mega pastor dudes. You want to know who were the people who immediately said like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, we'll help you right away? The actual Catholics, like actual Catholic churches, the Muslims, the mosques, and also, there was another one. This lady did like, I think like, has done like 30 TikTok videos. But yes, also Sikh temples. Yes, the Sikh temples, the mosques, and also the like actual fucking Catholics were all able to say like, yeah, we'll help you. Like, I name like a place and a time for when you can like come pick it up, like instantaneously. Yes, synagogues as well. Basically anyone who was actually practicing the tenets of religion and practicing the tenets of faith, that being about community building and helping out one another and teaching lessons to people that they can take within life, or instantly we're just like, yeah, sure, we'll help you, no problem, right? Like with the Catholic, it looked a little shaky, but that's because they were more so trying to figure out the logistics of the situation. But they were just like, yeah, we can help you, we just don't have like anything on hand right now, so like we would just have to find a guy to go get it for you or something. Like, it's just, we just have to figure out the logistics of that, which is, that's fine, that's a human thing, that's normal. They were still willing to instantaneously help out the individual.
People around me are becoming less religious per se. It just looks different and is more oriented around immediate local communities. Neo-pagan groups are absolutely thriving amongst Gen Z. Quote-unquote occult practices like tarot readings, astrology, and energy channeling are also prolific amongst people in their 20s today. And
1000%. Also, like the Satanic Temple, also very fucking prolific right now, because again, they actually care about fucking community building, unlike all these evangelical fucking dipshits.
Yes, amongst young adults who adhere to those large organized churches, you are seeing Gen Z adults, and particularly men, start to participate more actively than millennials did. But even non-religious members of Gen Z are actively participating in things that look religious on the outside, like gratitude exercises, meditation, and celebrating seasonal events like the solstices and equinoxes as an act of reverence for the world we inhabit. Old school Bill Maher-style atheism that treats spirituality as stupid just doesn't jive with Gen Z. But that revival in spirituality amongst young adults does not mean that they are reviving 1950s-style mainline Protestantism. If anything, they're reviving the exact opposite of that, and again, embracing the traditions that historic humans had while living in far more impoverished and oppressive times. So what does the future of Gen Z hold? While that will depend on the socioeconomics of the individual, I have a few predictions. The declining birth rate is a whole separate topic, but I think that members of Gen Z who do have children will start to re-establish multi-generational households. We will try to have our kids live at home with us well into their 20s or 30s until they get married and establish a career, and then try...
Probably, yeah. I don't disagree with this whatsoever, because again, with the current sort of makeup of the economy right now, I mean, essentially we should all be a recession. Jesus Christ. Essentially, we should just be in a recession right now. The only thing that's currently maintaining the economy right now is just the AI bubble. That shit's going to burst. eventually. That's a when and not an if. It's gonna burst eventually, and when it does, hoo boy, Gen Z and Gen Alpha are about to get another real big fucking sock to the face economically. So that's gonna be great when that inevitably fucking happens. And also, a lot of people, and this is a thing that's more so been done in the millennial. I'm not a millennial sort of generation. I'm not 100% certain as much within Gen Z, but global warming is also a factor as well. A lot of people are thinking like, dog, if the planet just overheats and fucking explodes, why would I want to bring someone else into this sort of environment where they are slated to be inheriting a dying fucking planet for the express purpose of a few like oligarchic rich capitalist dipshits who have been expressly just completely destroying and annihilating the planet for short-term profit gains. Like, I'm not going to bring a little human into all of this who is going to be inherently set up to fail. I feel like this is not justified for them.
To maintain a relationship with our children so that they can become our assumed caretakers. It seems highly unlikely that Social Security or other elderly safety nets will be around by the time that we are old, so we'll likely need to depend on our kids to be our safety net for us, whether that means living in duplexes with older relatives in one unit while young families inhabit the other, or whether that means wealthier members of Gen Z end up establishing their own estate houses like we saw with aristocratic families in Europe. With that, I would not be surprised if Gen Z cements a neo-aristocracy in the United States. Not because we want to, but because we have to. Once baby boomers and, more importantly, Gen Xers start to pass away, we're going to see some of the largest transfers of wealth in human history. Problem is, we're going to see that wealth finally trickle down to us a couple decades too late, and we'll have already been incredibly traumatized about money and financial instability by the time any real money comes our way. So for those of us who do end up inheriting a couple $100,000 from our grandparents, I won't be surprised if Gen Z is far more likely to hoard that money away than our parents would have been. Instead of buying RVs, sports cars, or other consumerist nonsense, I could see people in my generation funneling almost all of that money into investment portfolios and personal real estate holdings meant for them and their loved ones. Couple that—
1000 fucking %, right? That doesn't surprise me whatsoever, because again, like, why would you want to invest any of that money anywhere else? Why would you want to fucking buy like a sports car or whatever and engage in consumerist sort of nonsense? Because it's just like, dog, I can't participate in the real economy anyways. I can't get a fucking job. I'm just going to invest that shit and try to make money off of my money. Because again, the economy as it is right now, it's all fucking fake bullshit. So I'm going to try to invest that shit and try to carry it for as long as I possibly can. But here's the thing. I think this more so really applies to probably not as to like middle class people. This definitely does not work for the working poor. I don't think like working poor sort of like grandparents are probably going to have that many fucking assets and like hundreds of thousands of dollars that are going to get passed down to their sort of kids and grandkids and whatnot. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen as much. Maybe a little bit different within the United States, depends on the family, of course, yada yada yada. That's definitely going to be the case for a lot more of these upper middle class and significantly more well-off children. 1000 fucking %.
That with our aesthetic preferences towards old world architecture and decor, and it's very possible that the America of 50 years from now will look a heck of a lot like the Great Britain of 200 years ago. But again, this is all assuming that economic inequality doesn't get any better, and that we're all forced to become collectivist oligarchy-pilled estate managers in order to survive into old age. So I'm probably either being a little too pessimistic here, or I'm just projecting what I would do if I magically inherited a few $1 million onto my peers. So let me know in the comments below. What do you think is going to happen with the future of Gen Z? I look forward to hearing from all of you guys, and I will see you.
I mean, we're still probably going to be entirely cooked. Dumbass fucking AI bubble withstanding. Like, I mean, we'll see. It's alright. It's not looking good, people. Okay, we're currently in a fucking recession. The only reason why this AI, the current economy is as it is because of the fucking AI bubble. Because the current president that's in power only cares about one thing and one thing only in terms of what is in a sort of healthy economic indicator, and that is, of course, just the stock market numbers being really, really high. When anyone with half a fucking brain knows that that is completely ridiculous and nonsensical. But yeah, overall, solid video by Urgently Firing. Yeah, it turns out younger people are not becoming more religious. That's just nonsensical. And a lot of people are basically becoming, well, going into like a survival mode and just want to build community with those around which is stuff that I have also been saying. Build community with a bunch of people around them in order to be able to survive the oncoming fucking onslaught of, not only existential issues from global warming, but also economic troubles that are inevitably going to come around due to the fact that more and more fucking billionaires, corporations, and rich people have been hoarding more and more resources and power amongst themselves for, at this point, the latter part of about 50 years. 1000%, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, like, it's going to be the 1990s Russia right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Definitely. And it's going to be like, I don't know, a shock therapy that's only going to, I don't know, make the material conditions of everyone on the ground like way, way worse. By the way, poor people within Russia and middle class people within Russia still have not recovered from the byproducts of shock therapy within their fucking country. So yeah, it's gonna be fucking completely cooked. And if there is a giant fucking economic crash that happens as a byproduct of the AI bubble that's gonna pop, this current generation is going to be the ones who are forced to have to foot the bill for all of that shit. It's not going to be the punishing of all these tech oligarchs for all of this investment and hype into something that was inevitably not going to provide the return on investment necessary to justify that amount of fucking investment. It's going to be fucking wretched. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides I'm not particularly optimistic in terms of all of our fucking futures, and I think that we might be completely fucking cooked. Gonna be out in the streets, I hope. Maybe. Depends on how activated they are. Oh man, 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 oh man. Unless I didn't say what's up to MJ. What's up, MJ? I don't think MJ's here anymore. But yeah, we were fucking doing segment and shit. Be like that. Oh, man, dude. It's so fucking cooked right now. At least my headache's gone, so Tylenol is currently here. Why don't we raid out to... What do we want to raid out to today? I don't think we have enough people. Nope, didn't think so. Why don't we raid out to USA hole? Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer right with the Daho raid bot if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the Y with the Daho raid bot. That's how you show appreciation. Those are that we raid into. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Well, we'll keep yapping about stuff. I mean, there's probably going to be more Venezuela stuff that probably comes out. I'm starting to pile up on a bunch of topics that I would like to talk about, but fucking Venezuela shit. Yeah, there's been a bunch of Venezuela shit. I have also not done an attack on grifters in a bit of a while. mostly because of like scheduling problems and being sick. That did not really help either. So I definitely have to do one of those on this coming Wednesday. Yeah, I definitely have to do one of those this coming Wednesday for sure. Just mostly wondering who I want to go after. Nah, I'll figure it out. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. It's going to be more Factorio, more yapping about shit happening in the news and whatnot. Really need to talk about Iran, because it seems like things are might potentially be heating up there, but we'll see. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.